That's it. Good afternoon. What's wrong with this thing? Good afternoon, all. Daniela Williams, good afternoon. Aline Lewis, Althea, Leon Graves, Wazid, Claire Carrington, hi Claire. Anna says, not, hi Anna, how are you? The UNC nothing. Which photo are you talking about? UNC nothing. Chuju Bernard, good afternoon to you. Well, the challenge is, Juju, is that now as MP, oftentimes I find myself having to do MP duties on Saturday, Sunday morning, so I get invited to a lot of stuff. Sometimes it's church services, sometimes it's people calling on me for site visits to their home. They have issues with their erosion at the back of their homes because they live in basically on a riverbank. So yeah, my Sunday mornings are not mine anymore. And so it's last week I attended the Anglican Church in Arima. They had their harvest in celebration of the 140th anniversary. So I was there, and then today I had a couple of visits to make, home visits, with requests that have come into my office with persons requesting for me to come and see the situation with their homes. So, how to take pictures and stuff to be able to send it off to the relevant ministers in the hope that they would take action. Yeah. So the life of an MP, and as they say, not all that glitters is gold, right? And some people think that this job is so glamorous. Trust me, it's not. I'm learning that every day. Janice Batiste, Annette Beard, Diane Charles, hi Diane. Lero Gray, good afternoon to you. Anon, Judy Briggs, Udani Bruce, Sharon Richardson Williams, Nadia Lewis, good afternoon. Alison Rogers, The Patriot, Elizabeth Lakai, Dexter Thwaites, Lehman McKenzie, Harold Levanti, Andy, Alicia or CIA, good afternoon to all of you. Victoria Isidore, The Nighthawk. Oh Lord. Macaroni Tony, Suzanne Kaduga, and Joy Ragunanan, good afternoon to all of you. All right. Melchizedek, good afternoon to you as well. So many things to touch on and so little time. I feel with my Sundays and my weekends no longer being my own, I might very well have to start back trying to do my life during the week. But just that sometimes the times that I get home is difficult to wake up that early. 29 Super C, good afternoon. Yellow is the code and is running rampant in the country. So true. And what a week it was. So we went to the Parliament on Friday, and so you have another 3 months of state of emergency. As you would have seen, the opposition would have voted no for the extension because we were not satisfied that the reasons given by the government were legitimate or cogent enough to warrant an extension. It is clear that the sole purpose of the state of emergency is to fight crime and nothing else. Because when the Commissioner of Police could say that the original reason or intent behind the state of emergency, which was implemented on the 18th of July, was to treat with intelligence that they had, which suggested that something akin to insurrection was going to take place, that the lives of certain senior public officials were at risk, and all of that. And then we are told that it was quelled, and now we're hearing, the criminal element has gone into hiding and they have adjusted and so on. And so the police needs the state of emergency to be able to continue to do their work. Needless to say, some 3 months after, or 3.5 months after the first state of emergency was implemented on July 18th, nobody has been arrested, nobody has been charged with respect to the original claim that we heard about this so-called insurrection that was supposed to take place that was likened to 1990. Yes, we've had, I think, 1 or 2 persons who have been detained, significant players. We've had other persons detained, but for matters having nothing to do with any claim of an insurrection. Now, of course, the UNC supporters, egged on by the leadership of their party, would like to accuse and the PNM of everything under the sun, right? But we continue to ask the question, and really and truly, I don't know if it is clear the supporters of the UNC and the leadership of the UNC is living in a whole different reality. I can't even say the Twilight Zone, right? The Twilight Zone still has a level of normalcy that I think goes beyond the thinking or the rationale of the supporters of the Yellow Party. I've given up trying to understand their thought process, right? UNC logic, also known as donkey logic. It makes no sense trying to understand it. Waste of time. Because when we look at the whole issue of the state of emergency, right? When we look at what they said when the PNM implemented the state of emergency in December last year, compared to now, and the justification that they are using for the state of emergency. And it is clear, based on the utterances of the Minister of Homeland Security on Friday when he was interviewed outside the Parliament on his way inside, and he was asked about the situation with the Defense Force and other members of the protective services being called to base on Friday. He said that was a normal thing. The media asked him, well, how is it a normal thing? And that happens all the time, which is not true. After they said that it wasn't true, because when it was first announced and it started making its rounds on the media, social media, traditional media, social media, the UNC's official Facebook page came out and said that was fake news, that no such thing was happening. All the while they were saying that, you had members of the Defense Force and members of the protective services were sharing the information. They were calling their friends and calling their family and telling them, yes, this is true. Their friends and family were calling them to inquire as to whether or not this information was true, because people were concerned. Because if you hear just so out of the blue, all of a sudden, members of the protective services, the Defense Force, the regiment, the TTPS, and so on, have all been called to base for a particular time, and we've not seen any official word coming from the powers that be, no press release, no press conference or anything like that. What did you expect to happen? What did you expect to happen? But they blaming the PNM. The PNM, aided and abetted by the media, PNM 3 and PNM News and all kind of nonsense, PNM 6 News and all kind of foolishness that we use the media, traditional media and social media, to panic the country and cause people to go into panic buying and run to the grocery and buy food and all kind of thing and so on. And we set a situation of paranoia. Utter rubbish, right? And we went to the Parliament to debate, among other things, well, the main thing, of course, being the extension of the state of emergency. And we went there with an open mind. We said, well, let us not prejudge the thing. Let us listen to what the government has to say, what are the arguments they're going to put forward as to why they're going to extend the state of emergency. Let's see if we will hear from the Minister of Homeland Security. Let's see if we'll hear from the Minister of Defense this time around. And then we can make a decision based on that. And we get there, and a few of us got to the Parliament early on Friday because it was raining heavily in Port of Spain. So when the rain let up, we decided, well, we'll go to the Parliament early. We have our opposition caucus room where we would normally meet before we go into the chamber, and we would discuss whatever is on the order paper. If there's something for us to vote on, we would decide, well, okay, what's the position we take it? Are we going to vote yes? Are we going to vote no? Are we going to abstain? We discuss. So what are they likely to come with? We discuss what are the questions that we would have posed, the urgent questions that we would have put for ministers and the like, or who will be speaking, who will be contributing to the debate. They put the final touches on their presentation and so on, right? Which is typically what we do. So we were sitting in the caucus room waiting. Not everybody had arrived at the time, but those of us who were there, we chatted and whatnot. We saw the same thing come across our phones on social media about the defense force and so on, and who have been called to be. So it's like, is this true? Because we're not seeing anything official. So like, we don't know. So the chief whip, Marvin Gonzalez, was there. As you know, Marvin is the former Minister of National Security. So we're like, hey, Marvin, or anybody you could call to find out if this thing, if there's any truth to this, or if this is a hoax or whatever it is. And we were there. I mean, I have friends, I have clients who are in the defense force. In fact, a couple of them would have called me, knowing that I'm a parliamentarian, and so to give me information to tell me, well, hey, this is happening. Yes, we in fact were called in and the like. I spoke to them. I didn't tell nobody nothing. I didn't call nobody to raise any alarm or whatever it is. And we decided, well, all right, we will put a question to the Minister of Defense, Wayne Sturge. And we filed an urgent question because you are allowed to file questions up to 1 hour before the start of the sitting. So we filed the question for Mr. Sturge. So he said, well, since there is nothing official, we will ask the people who are in charge, who's supposed to know. So I don't know where it came from, but okay, we know. This government, again, has shown itself to be incompetent, inept in how they govern. Simple communications they have issues with, and they realize that they bungled this thing in the most horrible of ways. And in order to deflect from their incompetence and ineptitude, they're trying to put the blame on the PNM to say that we spread panic and paranoia and cause people to go and buy and spend the money and buy out. It's normal that people were saying, well, listen, some people went to panic buy because they were concerned. But where did that concern come from? Where did that concern emanate from? It wasn't because of anything that happened on Friday. And I don't know if it is the UNC feel that everybody in this country is dotish, aside from them, or if they believe that they are the only persons who have access to foreign media. Because the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago don't only rely on social media and local media houses for their information. Everybody is on social media. So everybody saw the Miami Herald, everybody saw the Washington Post putting out this story that Mr. Trump had given the all clear for the US Navy to bomb certain parts of certain sites in Venezuela. That is where it would have originated. So that when the reporters who were on Air Force One with Mr. Trump asked him that question, based on UNC logic, it seems that the reporters who were on Air Force One, these foreign media houses and journalists, apparently they have been monitoring Trinidad and Tobago's news. Right? So that is where they got the information from. These foreign journalists who were on Air Force One and who posed the question to Mr. Trump as to whether or not he had made a decision to bomb certain sites in Venezuela, they were looking at CNC3, they were looking at TV6, they were listening to I-95.5, right? And that's where they got the information from, and they decided to pose the question to Mr. Trump, apparently, based on UNC logic. So it seems the rest of the country wasn't tuned into that, right? They weren't tuned into the international news. So you had outside on Air Force One, where Mr. Trump is, the question was being asked, right? You had foreign media houses reporting that, US media houses, major publications, not fly-by-night, 2x4 media house. You had the Washington Post, the Miami Herald, and others, established media houses in the United States was reporting that Mr. Trump had made a decision and given the all clear for action to be taken against Venezuela. Coming on the heels of last couple of weeks, where we know the largest warship in the world, the largest aircraft carrier with about 90 fighter jets on it, accompanied by an armada of smaller warships, is on its way to this part of the world, probably for the first time, right? And I don't think they're just coming here for an exhibition, because from where they're coming from, it's a lot of money for them to come to this side of the world just for show, just for nothing. So persons have been monitoring that. Then we had the USS Gravely that was here quite recently. Where it has gone when it left here, we do not know. But it has always been a sort of secrecy going on with this administration. So it was announced, well, not announced, but word started to travel that, hey, this thing happened. Army, Coast Guard, Defense Force, everybody has been called to base at a particular point in time. Nothing official, but it is being confirmed. You had voice notes being shared all over social media. Who called their friend, who called their family, their husband, their wife, and whatnot, and who tell them, yes, this is so. Who decided to send out this information to their friends and everybody to warn them. But they're blaming the PNM for that. How? Did we have a press conference? No, we didn't. Did we send out a press release? No, we didn't. All the PNM did, I don't know which PNM they're talking about, if it is the members of parliament, if they're talking about the party, right? But most likely, it has to be the leadership of the party. And the only thing that we did was to put a question to the Minister of Defense. But we knew what the response was going to be. We knew, right? Because when we filed a number of questions on Friday and the speaker approved 3. So we were surprised when the order paper was sent to us via email. And we said, what? We get 3 questions? What? Today's a special day. The speaker must be in a good mood that he approved 3 questions. But we knew what the answer to that one was going to be. And sure enough, when we posed the question to Mr. Sturge, right, he stood up on Standing Order 27B, which gives a minister the right to decline to answer the question if he or she is of the considered view that it is not in the public's best interest to get an answer. And all we wanted was yes or no. Mr. Minister, has the Defense Force, members of the Defense Force and so on, been called to base? Simple question, right? Yes or no? We knew even if he had answered yes, which by then everybody knew, more than likely the speaker would not have allowed us a follow-up question, which would more than likely have been, so can the minister indicate why? More than likely the speaker would have said he was not allowing that question. And what did Mr. Sturge say? Well, that's for me to know and for Ole to find out. Basically, that's what he said and left it at that. All right? But we getting blamed. So I'm seeing all of these activists, UNC activists and social media influencers and so on coming out and talking about the PNM trying to destabilize the country and they're trying to overthrow the government. We have no desire so to do. And I need to stress to the UNC supporters again and the leadership of the UNC, the People's National Movement has accepted and we have moved on from the loss of April 28th. We are not harping on that. There is nothing to be gained from harping on that. It has happened. We lost. We lost. We have moved on from that. We are about doing the people's business and focusing on getting the party ready for whenever the next election is called. This government is doing a pretty good job of messing itself up. We don't have to do anything. We just have to sit back, rock back, and just let them do what they've been doing for the last 6 months. So when I heard the Minister of Homeland Security being interviewed outside the Parliament and asked questions about why the Defense Force and members of the Defense Force were called to base and so on, and he said there were reports, or they had gotten reports, that there was going to be a protest outside of the Parliament. A protest. So the reason for corralling members of the Defense Force was because the government got information or got word that there was going to be a protest outside of the Parliament. That's what one minister said, right? Now, I had seen, again, a couple persons on social media who were calling on the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to come down to the Parliament on Friday, come down to the Red House, to Woodford Square, and to let their voices be heard. Because persons thought that there was a window of opportunity for them to do so, because people thought that the state of emergency had come to an end on the 28th, when in fact it came to an end on the 1st of November, right, which was yesterday, the last one, first extension. And so persons thought that between that little window of time before the Parliament would have met and the vote would have been taken for the extension, that there was a period of time, a limited window in which they could protest without being harassed by the police. And that was not so. I understand that the call for a protest was not heeded and not many people came out. Perhaps it's because of the inclement weather, I don't know, because the rain was pretty bad. But my understanding is that the call was for persons to assemble since 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, there was hardly anybody there, if anyone at all. What the minister is saying is that they heard that there was supposed to be a protest. And again, I will ask them, protest for what? You all said when UNC wins, everybody wins. And therefore, if that is so, why are persons who are supposed to be winning looking to protest after just 6 months of this government being in office? 6 months of this government being in office. No protest. People want to protest now for what? So is it that people, contrary to what the government is saying, people are not winning? That the citizens of this country have realized that in just such a short space of time, that the win that they were promised by the UNC was just a falsehood? Selling dreams, make believe? But the government keeps telling us. We heard the minister say when he presented the budget, when UNC wins, senior citizens win. When UNC wins, children win. When UNC wins, everybody wins. Again, winners don't protest. So why would people become, why would you take that seriously? Since you all keep telling us everybody is winning and the whole country is happy that they got rid of the People's National Movement on the 28th of April. We just are confused. So you came with the intention to extend the state of emergency and we voted no. And they want to make us out as being unpatriotic. We don't care about the citizens, and it's because we vote no because we supporting the criminals and rubbish. The murders continue unabated. Look, 2 men were killed in Santa Cruz by some car wash. I just read online there just now. We've had a number of double and triple murders taking place within the last couple of weeks or so, so that hasn't changed. But here it is that we are at the 6-month juncture where the government and the Minister of Homeland Security told us that in 6 months' time, they would have a crime plan or an anti-crime plan. In 6 months' time, that they would treat with the issue of crime and criminality. We have reached that 6-month juncture. The government has articulated no anti-crime plan, no measures. The Minister of Homeland Security did not speak in the budget, where he had the opportunity so to do, to articulate to the citizens of this country exactly what the government intended to do to treat with crime. The Minister of Defense did not speak. The Minister of Justice did not speak. The Minister of Energy did not speak. The Minister of Housing did not speak. The Minister of Public Utilities did not speak. You had 3 senior ministers speak in the lower house for the budget. The Minister of Finance, because he read the budget. The Minister of Legal Affairs, the Minister of Land, Legal Affairs, and they should also add a 3rd title to that, the Minister of Bosmark, or the Minister of Hotbacks, right? Bacchanal. Because he used his precious time when he should have been accounting to the country to tell them what he intended to do in his ministry with the allocation that he got. Instead, he used up his time to talk about Rhoda Barrett and News Source and how much money Rhoda Barrett got under the last administration and whatnot and what have you. He felt that was more important to talk about rather than to tell the country, well, look, we've allocated $11 million in the budget for land for the landless. This is how this is going to work. This is what this $11 million is for. And for those of you who are waiting to hear about land for the landless and how you could apply for it, this is what you need to do. We've allocated $11 million for squatter regularization. So those of you who are living on state lands and you've been squatting, this is the government's plan for squatter regularization. So those of you who are looking forward to getting some sort of official document giving you legal title to your land, this is what we plan to do and so on. None of that to know. No, it was more important to come and talk about Rhoda Barrett and how much money Rhoda Barrett get from the Ministry of Finance and how much money she get from NLCB, all of that, hotbacks. This is the serious government. And then they went to the upper house. The Minister of Public Utilities in the lower house, when he was speaking, said that, you know, some of them would go to the upper house and the Senate and speak, talk about their ministry, since they didn't do it in the lower house. None of them did. In fact, you had several of the senior ministers in the Senate did not speak either. The Minister of Civil Aviation and Transportation did not speak. The Minister of Trade did not speak. The Minister of the Attorney General did not speak. The Minister of Public Administration and AI did not speak. The same thing they did in the lower house is the same thing they did in the upper house. Put a set of juniors to speak. Anil Roberts, right? And again, what did he use his time to do? Hotbacks, to talk bacchanal, which is what he knows best, because anything else, he can't talk about substance. If you have ever taken the time to listen to any of Anil Roberts' contributions in the Senate, when he was in opposition and now in government, he can never speak anything of substance as it relates to the matter at hand. It's always PNM this and PNM that and PNM this and PNM that. And that's all it is. So he sees the Senate as an extension of Douglas politics. The Senate is another forum for him for his doubles and coffee. It is not to talk serious business. It is not to use that platform for which you are paid over $70,000 a month to speak to the people and let them know what is happening in your ministry and what you are doing. No, it is to come and talk about Kareem Marcel had a CPAP contract, and Kareem Marcel get a HGC house, and Foster Cummins, and who get that, and what. The majority of his presentation was about that. And to add insult to injury, as he was about to wrap up because he ran out of time, right? He wraps up his presentation by saying to the Vice President of the Senate that is a good thing his time ran out because he was about to open up on Ralph Gonsalves, the sitting Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, right? He was about to attack Mr. Gonsalves in the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. This man who is a government minister, this man who is a senator, who is collecting, as I said, over $70,000 a month, chose to use Parliament's time to talk about Bacchanal and to boss Mark and to talk about, fortunately, Ralph Gonsalves was spared on this occasion. But it is clear the next opportunity that Mr. Roberts gets, he's probably going to use it to attack Ralph Gonsalves. I draw to your attention the fact that St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be going to the polls on the 27th of this month. They are in the throes of a general election campaign. Mr. Gonsalves is very popular in his country. So if the citizens of St. Vincent and the Grenadines who buy Trinidad and Tobago's manufactured products, yes, because our manufacturers do ship and trade and export stuff to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we do some trade with them. A lot of the stuff that you buy in the market, your plantain, your green fig, your ginger, and all of these things, a lot of that comes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. When their citizens hear a minister of government in Trinidad and Tobago in the parliament attacking their prime minister, what do you think their position is going to be? And that further, that he is not reprimanded by the political leader, his political leader, the prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Silence is consent. And it seems Mrs. Prasad Bisesa seems reluctant to ensure that these men stay in their lane, despite her telling them so to do. But when they step out of their lane, rather than pull them back in and rein them in, seems as a free-for-all. But we see them for what they are. They are the three of them, Roberts, Naked, and Alexander. They are three toothless pothounds that when Mrs. Prasad Bisesa is up a gum tree, right, and she needs deflection, set them on the public. Let them go on social media and try to deflect and let people focus on them and their nastiness, their disgusting ways. Anybody who would have listened to David Naked being interviewed outside the parliament on Wednesday would have been disgusted. This man always blowing the racial dog whistle. Always doing that. Foolishness that he come to talk about. Ridiculous. But then again, his leader has no problem with that because he has not been reprimanded for it, and he felt emboldened to come and do a live in his car, again, to blame the PNM for their ineptitude and what took place on Friday. We had absolutely nothing to do with that. As I said before, this government has been falling on its own sword over and over and over and over for the last 6 months. PNM, we don't have to do anything. Nothing. The fact that the Minister of Homeland Security was convinced that there was going to be a public protest, a massive public protest on Friday morning, his words, is indicative that they are well aware that the population is not pleased with them. A lot of people who voted for them are not pleased. And after just 6 months in office, people are ready to protest. PNM was in office for 10 years. How many protests did you see in that 10 years? So all the oppression, how the last administration was oppressing the people and suffering the people, and it's tax, tax, tax. All they want to do is to tax the people. They're too wicked and evil. The first budget, tax in your waist, tax all over me up over your beaten place, as they say, right? Talking about the tough decisions had to be made. But when the PNM tried to make the tough decisions, it was characterized by the UNC as being oppressive and oppression, wicked and evil. They come and do it, right? I went to PriceSmart earlier today, and I happened to pass in the alcohol lane. I don't consume alcohol, but the association of which I am president, the professional association, is having or one of the chapters is having a line, an early Christmas line on Friday, and so I told them I would donate a couple of bottles of alcohol for the event, and so I decided to take a walk down the aisle to see was the price of the alcohol, if the prices have gone up. Only to see that last week when I went there, White Oak was $138 and something, and today it's $165. Right, so I said I should have bought it last week, right? Because I wasn't expecting the prices to go up so quickly. Albeit the minister did announce with immediate effect, and some of it was supposed to take effect from the 1st of January. But I went there and I saw all the alcoholic products have gone up in price. Not just the alcohol, food items as well have gone up in price, even though the government has removed VAT from several food items. Now, I wasn't the only person who made that observation. In fact, I ran into Mr. Aruka at PriceSmart, and he also, in fact, he was the one who brought up the issue, the fact that the prices of food items have gone up, notwithstanding the fact that the government has indicated that they removed VAT off of 7,000 food items. So again, it was mamagism. And in the parliament on Friday, when we were debating the excise bill, and the former Minister of Finance, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, Colman Burt, in his contribution was making the point that he drew as a reference the closure of Trotters in Gulf City Mall. And he mentioned that Mr. Peter George, the owner of the establishment, would have indicated that one of the contributing factors, or the main contributing factor to the decision to close the establishment, had to do with the increase in the price of alcohol. And the member for Tabaquite sought to challenge Mr. Imbert on that, basically calling him a liar. He didn't say it in those words, but that's basically what he said, because he sought to read out the notice that Trotters had put out, announcing to the population that they would be closing that branch. And so he wanted to know where they get that from. And the member come and say, oh, thing, and they're closing because of the increase in alcohol, but that is not true. And you always had to be fact-checking for the other side, because they like to come and spread lies and misinformation and so on. You know, they call me, in the parliament, members of the opposite side call me Google man, because as soon as they come to the parliament and they lie, once I have not had the opportunity to speak yet, or I'm speaking after them, anytime they come and they lie, I would usually open my presentation or my contribution by correcting the record, right? And I simply say, all I had to do was to Google it, and look, it's right here. So calling me Google man. So in fact, when Tanku was winding up on Friday, and he mentioned, he said, I could Google too, member. I could Google too. Good. Maybe you need to teach Saddam Hussein how to Google metric conversion, because he seems to have a difficulty in converting grams to kilograms and whatnot. Yeah, because apparently to him, grams is more than kilograms, as evidenced and demonstrated on Friday, that when it comes to that, he's a consummate dunce. But trying to debunk what we are saying, and end up looking like a fool. But the opportunity will present itself. So let me just touch on that quickly. Right, and I'm reading here from today's Guardian. George, budget measures an extinction event for restaurants. The restaurant industry in TNT is facing an unprecedented squeeze And the closure of Trotters Gulf City, San Fernando, starkly illustrates just how acute the pressures have become. Restaurant owners say steep new alcohol taxes, rising national insurance contributions, escalating electricity and cooking gas costs, and higher rents are colliding to crush already thin profit margins, forcing full-service operators to make impossible choices. Every one of those things mentioned in that paragraph there was announced in the last budget that was read on the 13th of October. And I'm stressing that for the benefit of the UNC supporters who might be listening. All right? I make the point. Peter George is no friend of the PNM. He is no friend of the PNM. So if Wale want to come and talk, well, he's at 1% and he's at PNM, and that's why he's saying that. He is no friend of the PNM. Okay? Just to put that out there. Peter George Jr., CEO of Trotters Group, told Sunday Business Guardian that the decision to shutter the Gulf City outlet was driven by an unrelenting convergence of pressures. The post-COVID recovery has been slow, consumer spending has shifted, and steep taxes and spiraling input costs are creating an extinction event for full-service restaurants. George described how increasingly price-conscious customers can now achieve 4 times the value by buying alcohol at retail stores and drinking it at home, undermining a crucial profit center for restaurants. So that's where they make a lot of the money. The alcohol, when people come to the restaurant to have dinner and they order a drink or 2. Some people just go to the restaurant just to lie and kick back, and they order alcohol or a little cutters or something to eat. But it's really the alcohol. Voices from the industry leaders echoed George's warnings. Derek Chin, executive chairman of Movietown and the Dachin group of companies, described the environment as one that only those with tough dispositions can endure. Rising crime, reduced disposable income, high utility costs, and labor inefficiencies are squeezing operators from all sides. We expect to see many restaurants either closing or scaling down their operations, Chin said. But I thought when UNC wins, everybody wins. To survive, you need constant innovation, cost-cutting, and very shrewd buying, but even that might not be enough. Dipchand Prasad, owner of Passage to Asia, added that beyond taxes and tariffs, the proliferation of street food and food caravans has diverted customers away from traditional restaurants. Gyros, burgers, pop-ups everywhere. They've taken away from the high-end restaurants. With his Port of Spain branch already closed due to falling sales and high rent, he emphasized that survival increasingly depends on property ownership and tight cost control. Money is not circulating. Really? When people are out of jobs, they don't spend, and that affects everyone. Okay, I wonder who you're talking about. Charles Cavallo, co-founder of Tourism Industry Association of Trinidad and Tobago, said the closure of Trotters South reflects systemic issues in policy and governance. The doubling of alcohol taxes, higher electricity rates, increased NIS contributions, and rising rents collectively create an unsustainable environment for restaurants, he said. For an industry that supports thousands of jobs and underpins tourism, these cumulative pressures risk not only business viability, but also wider economic stability. Systemic challenges beyond taxes. And George underscored that the pressures go beyond fiscal measures. For more than a decade, the private sector has contended with what he calls hostile relationship with the state. Entrepreneurs felt treated as inconveniences rather than partners in growth. Capital follows opportunity, he warned. And if that opportunity doesn't exist here, it will go elsewhere. The Gulf City branch, he said, had been underperforming for some time, maintaining large, experiential, full-service restaurants. In such an environment was no longer financially viable. Staff were redeployed to other locations, including a new project in Mayaro, which, while those unable to move, were compensated in full compliance with labor laws. Chin emphasized that Trotters closure is a warning for the entire industry. These are not isolated pressures. We are seeing rising costs across the board, labor shortages, limited materials due to foreign exchange scarcity, and a public that is spending less on dining out. Restaurants and hospitality businesses are being squeezed to a point where survival requires constant adaptation, innovation, and sacrifice. Prasad described the cascading effect of these pressures on day-to-day operations. With higher taxes, NIS, electricity, and cooking gas, everything is more expensive. So when UNC wins, everything becomes more expensive. Couple that with street food competition and the general downturn in the economy, and even established restaurants are struggling. You know what's interesting about that? The Minister of Finance in his wind-up on Friday, spoke about the TTHTI, the hotel school, right? And Shagaramas, which the PNM closed down. And the Minister of Planning, in his contribution to the budget debate on Monday, which they wrapped up in one day when they had 2 days so to do, depriving PNM members of the Senate from speaking. They were talking about the hotel school. PNM shut it down. And every year, you had about 700 graduates coming out from that hotel school. The Trinidad and Tobago Hospitality, Tourism and Hospitality Institute. I want to ask them, and they're going to open it back, right? And the PNM was so wicked and evil, but this government is going to fix it, and we're going to open back the hotel school. And these graduates are going to work where? Because when they go there and they study culinary arts, they're going to cook. So when they leave the school, they're going to work in the hotel, or they're going to work in the restaurants. But the restaurant owners are telling you, we're under pressure. We're closing restaurants because the higher cost in alcohol, the increase in NIS rates, the increase in electricity rates, because as you know, commercial enterprises now have to pay higher electricity rates, and the landlord surcharge. A lot of these restaurants operate out of rented accommodation, those that are operating in the malls and so on. So more than likely, these landlords are going to want to pass on the levy or the surcharge to the tenants, in this case, the restaurant owners. So what do you think is going to happen? So you're going to open back the hotel school. Great, wonderful. You're going to put out 700 graduates every year. Great, wonderful. And they're going to work where? Where? Who's going to hire them? When you've not put pressure on the restaurants and they are telling you, the owners are telling you, hey, pressure. And then you're now going to you've decided that you're going to, you will permit some several thousand Venezuelans who are working here and who are contributing to the society. All right? So what's the situation? What's the situation? So all of these graduates are going to be coming out from hotel school every year. Never mind the fact that you have other institutions that also offer these same culinary skills training, but you're going to put them out, and then they come out and they have a diploma or degree or whatever it is, and no opportunities. So what do you think they're going to do? Sit down home and wait for a restaurant to open? But no, that's not making sense, because remember Keith Rowley said, when the rich get richer, they create opportunities for the poor. How are some of the ways that the rich get richer? Well, they open more businesses. They open restaurants. And when they open restaurants, they need people who have training and skills in culinary arts. But when the government decides to increase the cost of alcohol and you drive up the overhead expenses of the businesses to the point where you eat now the little profit that they were making, and they shut the doors, there's less opportunities. So these same young people who you are now going to be graduating every year and sending them out, they have no work, nowhere to go and work. All right? Because when the prices go up on the alcohol, it goes up in the hotels too. And when people are looking to come to Trinidad and they're looking to book, and they go on these foreign sites, let me see which hotel I want to stay at, and they see the exorbitant prices at the more popular hotels, the Hyatt and the Hilton and the Marriott and so on. And then they go on the same websites and they look at the cost to stay in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the cost to stay in Barbados, and the cost to stay in Grenada. Barbados has a rum festival. That's one of the big attractions in Barbados. And we heard the former Minister of Finance talk about alcohol produced in Trinidad is cheaper in these islands, Barbados, Grenada, and so on, than it is in Trinidad where it is made. Cheaper across there. So it makes more sense if you travel, you go to Barbados, buy Trinidad liquor over there, right, and bring it back. It costs you less, about half of what it will cost you in Trinidad. But Mr. Tanku say, well, I guess, I don't know, he probably doesn't drink. So alcohol affects your health. And smoking affects your health. As if we now know that. But that didn't impact the sale or the purchase of these items for years. People might buy a little less, maybe. might try to stretch whatever they buy. But these are some people's vices. That is how some people de-stress. So you want to legislate morality, you want to legislate how people should spend their money. But you all had an issue with the PNM and how the PNM operated. But you come to talk about that, okay, no problem. Well, we'll see. He expects to get close to $2 billion based on the increase in the cost of alcohol and cigarettes and so on. So let's see if that is going to happen. Right? But coming up to Christmas season, so all who buy alcohol, not to consume, not to drink, not to imbibe, but who make the punch creme and sell. I have friends, couple of friends who sell punch creme for Christmas, and they always go, hey, how much bottle you take it? Buy some bottles for your clients. And I think, okay, no problem. I said I don't drink alcohol. People who make black cake for Christmas and sell, not just for their own personal consumption or when people parang their house, they make to sell, which means that the cost is going to go up. And obviously, they're going to pass that cost on to whoever they sell it to. And these people are already struggling because they have other things to buy, because they have alcohol to buy too, right? The clients, the customers who normally buy the punch creme and buy the black cake and so on, they have other things to buy. They are going to buy alcohol separate for when people come to their home. So they have to buy the Carib and the Stag and the Shandy and the Malta and all of these different things that they have put down. So when people come, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, Christmas season, you have things to give them to drink. So it's more cost for them too. But Mr. Tanko didn't care about that because he don't drink. Apparently he don't eat black cake either. So he couldn't care about it. So when Hans raised the issue about, the paranderos and stuff, and again, the godly minister took issue with that to talk about, let's make it parang. So parang is about rum, and Dave, you ever went paramin for Christmas? Dave? Yes, you might get a little babash if you go up on that side. Gun oil, as they say. Yes, but when we talk about parang, it's not just singing aguinaldos and so on. We know the term parang in Trinidad has been adapted to mean you're going from house to house. You parang the wrong house. You know that song, Dave? So when you're engaging in a parang, I'm going and hit my neighbor a parang, I hit my boy a parang. That is what it means. You're going by the people's house to line, to get things to drink, to eat, to like yourself. You're going from house to house. That is what parang also means. It's not just the songs, Dave. Acquaint yourself with that, with the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. Or is it that you've been living under a rock in Oropuch East or wherever it is, or Oropuch West, wherever you live in? Okay? But anyway. So I put that out there. All right? So all who said this was the best budget ever, the PNM in 10 years had nothing good like this budget. The $50 that you're saving on the 3 or 4 times that you go to the gas station to put super, you could use that same $50 because as soon as you save $50 in the gas station, but you're going as soon as you leave the gas station and drive to the grocery store and you spend that $50 on increased cost plus more. So you ain't really benefiting. They give you with one hand and they take back with the other. Or as I said, they give you with a teaspoon and take back with a pot spoon. So you didn't really benefit. But of course, the supporters of that party are so embarrassed, some of them, so ashamed that this administration that they support and that they helped to put in government in 6 months has done worse than the previous administration would have done in 10 years. Because it took the last administration 10 years to fire 70,000 people, according to them, according to statistics from the CSO's office. But in the space of 6 months, they fire close to 60,000 people in 6 months, as opposed to 70,000 in 10 years. But don't try to explain that to supporters of the UNC, because just like Saddam doesn't know how to convert grams to kilograms, all right, they don't know how to deal with that. 60,000 in 6 months versus 70,000 in 10 years. Just because 70,000, anyway, we'll leave that there. Waste that time. So now you have Homeland Security Minister Roger Alexander is telling the population, don't take your news from social media. So where they should take it from, Roger? Where they should get it from? Don't take it from social media. When they take it from mainstream media, you're all saying that the mainstream media is PNM. So don't listen to mainstream media and don't listen to social media. So where should they get their news from, Roger? UNC Facebook page, well, then that's social media. So tell them where they should get it from. Because They can't get from looking at the Parliament channel, because when the opposition asks you all questions, you don't answer. And then you all taking the opportunity not to speak in the Parliament, so they can't get any information from there. So where should they get their information from? Tell them that. Not social media. Never mind the fact that the UNC used the same social media to spread lies, misinformation, and disinformation during the election campaign to get them into office. People were listening. Maybe if you had given that advice months ago, people wouldn't have been listening to all of these social media influencers that you all paid $40,000 to come on social media and bad talk the PNM and spread lies and talk about yellow is the code and when UNC wins. Some of them today catching the royal, right? All of them now bashing the PNM. Oh, Penny is a traitor because she met with the Venezuelan ambassador and she should be tried for treason. And she don't care about the country and what she meeting with the Venezuelan ambassador for, and going against the prime minister. All of them. Some of them I've never seen before, but all of a sudden, everybody now discover how to do a live. Because everybody here, the Queen of EDR get a work in Wassa, and Miss French get a work in Wassa, even though I hear that some of these jobs might just have been for 6 months, but anyway, that's beside the point. So everybody trying to see if the prime minister or whoever could notice them and get them a work. There's one called Ringleader. He used to be a little balanced before the UNC one. You know, I listened to him a couple times, and yeah, he used to stay away. He wasn't really into the politics thing. Talk about current affairs and stuff, little jokes about, you know, normal things that people go through. And then he got pulled in. For a time, he seemed to be on the fence. PNM, UNC, looking at things through rational lens. Now he's fallen over the fence on the yellow side, so everything is about UNC and right. PNM bad, PNM ain't no good. But wouldn't talk about the 50,000 plus persons who are now unemployed, who were hoping that the budget would have brought them some level of relief. No relief for them. Christmas is coming, right? So I know a lot of them will be coming to the MP's office to see if the MP have giving out any food hampers for Christmas, if the MP have any food cards. We got 60 food cards for Diwali. I don't know if they're going to give us any for Christmas. Fingers crossed, because that would be a big help. But we know that a lot of these people will be looking to the MP's office to see what we could do for them. They're accustomed with the Christmas party for the children and so on, but being in opposition, as I said, is very difficult. Whereas when you're in government, you could call on businesses to assist. When you're in opposition, they ain't even taking your call. That's to tell you, it's that bad. Right? And if you have a little fundraiser trying to raise funds for these things, everybody complaining, but I think I no money now, I no money, I can't buy soup, I can't buy barbecue, can't do anything. Can't contribute anything because things so hard. But there is that expectation that is coming. But a lot of these people, at this time last year, they were employed. The job wasn't all that great, but at least they were being paid on a regular basis and they could fill a hole. Now, there is no pay. Many of them have not been paid in months. Right? A lot of them still looking for work. And what a time to be out of work. What a time. Where are the CSO statistics to tell us what the unemployment rate is now? What it was on the 28th of April, 2025, and what it is today on the 2nd of November. What is it? Where are those statistics? Seems they were readily available up until the 28th of April. All of a sudden, these things are difficult to find. I wonder why. Just asking the question. But these guys have time to come on social media and cuss the PNM and accuse the PNM of all wrongdoing under the sun, but wouldn't address those issues where some of their own friends and family members are now on the breadline, catching their tail. They wouldn't talk about that. You know why? Because they eating. According to the Tobagonian slang, full belly man tell hungry belly man, hold strain, have faith, because his belly full. And you sit down there, malnourished, and your belly rumbling like thunder. Right? But he telling you, don't worry, Lord will provide, have faith one of these days. He could talk that talk. So they went after the leader of the opposition this week. As I said, they were calling on for her to be tried for treason and all of that. And for what? Because she met with the Venezuelan ambassador. And of course, that was much ado about nothing, but leave it up to the UNC to make it into something. Right? And the impression that was given by the UNC mouthpiece, the main mouthpiece, the official mouthpiece, which is Kirk Mayhew, was again talking about Penny was out of place to meet with the Venezuelan ambassador. And that stirred up a whole conversation about treason and all of that. Right? And that she's trying to undermine the government, that the PNM in opposition, but we behaving as if we're still in government and trying to make the government look bad and siding with Maduro and all of that. I saw one of the social media influencers. Well, I don't know what an influencer she is, because for the last few weeks, she's been constantly doing lives, begging basically for the Prime Minister to see her, begging for help, begging for a job, talking about her experience in trying to get employment. And she went from yellow is the code and when UNC wins to now she doesn't trust any politicians because the politicians lie. And she talked for them and she helped people. She helped them to win and she convinced people to vote for the UNC, and now nothing for her. Right? She's unemployed, can't pay her bills. She has no, that's her situation. So I saw last night, I came across a live that she did talking about, again, Penny is a traitor and how you could go against your country. You go on Venezuela. And Penny went to Venezuela to meet with Maduro, and then you come back here and trying to stir up things. And I'm thinking, really? When did Penny go to Venezuela? When did Penny meet with Maduro? But this is the caliber of people that the UNC has talking for them. And they have their followers who are just as dense as they are, who would follow her. So every time a notification comes up that she's doing a live, they will go and listen. And those who don't know better, hearing her saying, where she got that from, I have no idea. But saying that Penny went to Venezuela and met with Maduro, and now come back here and trying to stir up Bacchanal and trying to undermine the Prime Minister and bad talk the Prime Minister and make the Prime Minister look bad. And she believes that that is what happened there. So she just hear a talk that going around, doesn't know the details, the finer points, and created a narrative based on what she heard here, there, and everywhere, and felt emboldened to come and do a live and cuss out Penny and talk about how Penny this and Penny that. And you have no clue what you're talking about. So at no point in time did the opposition leader go to Venezuela. At no point in time did she meet with Nicolas Maduro or any member of the government of Venezuela. But this individual putting that out there, when you read the comments from her supporters, who I said just as dense, that's why when the PNM, when they're in opposition, they scared with it and them feel like them alone could run the country and all that and all kind of thing. And I'm saying, but is this the Twilight Zone? I cannot believe that all of these people who on social media don't know that what this individual talking is absolute garbage, rubbish, but endorsing it. The UNC really know who to pick to talk. But let me play. So Penny was on CNC3 earlier this week on the Morning Brew, and the issue came up, right? For who didn't see it and who didn't hear it, let me just play this part for you.
I have a letter in my possession because I got the opportunity to hear from one of my staff.
Our Southern Caribbean Sea, of course, an aircraft carrier on its way. Yesterday, the report of U.S. bombers flying 45 miles off the coast there of Venezuela. And while all that's happening, I saw recently you had an audience with the ambassador of Venezuela. A caller actually from Tabakit yesterday, when we do the open forum, he suggested, well, what the opposition leader doing, meeting with the ambassador, what's the purpose of that discussion? He more or less found it was a bit stepping out of the bounds, as it were. I want to give you a chance to explain to us the reasoning behind that meeting and what transpires on the back end to make a kind of meeting like that. Could you just call him up and you go meet with the ambassador?
Oh, no, that's really not how it works. I have a letter in my possession because I got the opportunity to hear from one of my staff members that you all would have interviewed the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Mr. Sobers, as it relates to that. And my understanding is he said he was unbothered by the fact that I had the meeting. So I think it's important for the public to know it is not unusual for leaders of the opposition to see ambassadors. As a matter of fact, my first ambassador that I saw was the ambassador from India, who here to Trinidad and Tobago. I've seen India, I have seen China, I have seen Palestine, I saw the Venezuelan ambassador, and then this week I'm going to see the ambassador from Cuba as well as from Japan. All of those arrangements are done through the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. So it's not that you get a call and you do this at your convenience, or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not know. As a matter of fact, I have an official letter here signed by the Acting Permanent Secretary, Francilia Waldron, which in essence says, and I think it's important if you just bear with me, all right? So the Embassy of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has requested the assistance of the ministry in facilitating an appointment for His Excellency Ambassador of Venezuela to pay a courtesy call on the Honorable Penelope Beckles, leader of the opposition, at a mutually convenient time. They go on to say that, according to the embassy, the purpose of the meeting is to convey congratulations from the government on her selection as leader of the People's National Movement and leader of the opposition, to express appreciation for her party's stance in support of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace, as declared by CELAC. And of course, that the ambassador of Venezuela, he's the dean of the diplomatic corps, and he will allow liaising with embassies and heads of missions, noting that all engagements will be coordinated through the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. So I hope this explains exactly that you would get correspondence from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so they're aware.
Are you at liberty to speak on what was discussed between yourself and the ambassador?
Oh, sure. I mean, as indicated, that traditionally there is this motion about our region being a zone of peace. We have traditionally supported that. And of course, congratulations. It wasn't a long meeting, maybe about 15 or 20 minutes. You know, of course, the issue of what is going on between Trinidad and Tobago was raised, not in any detail, but I mean, you can't pretend that that is not.
It is the elephant in the room.
A real issue. And talked about the relationships we have had over the years. I mean, it's also important to note that when the Honorable Prime Minister was leader of the opposition, between the period 2015 to 2020, the Honorable Prime Minister would have met with the leader of the opposition from Venezuela as well. So that is not anything unusual. Indeed. I mean, I have myself been, as you know, an ambassador, a permanent representative at the United Nations, and a courtesy call, as they indicated, it's a courtesy call. And in that courtesy call, and with me at that meeting, was former Minister of Foreign Affairs, now Senator, the Honorable.
Right. So, as you would have heard there, it wasn't a case that the Venezuelan ambassador picked up the phone and called the leader of the opposition office or called Balize House and said, I would like to have a meeting with the leader of the opposition. And she said, sure, come across now, whenever you're ready. That didn't happen. The ambassador wrote to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Who's in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? UNC Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sean Sobers, Mr. Arrogant, right? They wrote, the ambassador's office wrote to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs requesting a meeting with the leader of the opposition. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs wrote to the leader of the opposition, indicating to her that the Venezuelan ambassador would like to have a meeting with her to congratulate her on her becoming the leader of the opposition and perhaps as well the political leader of the People's National Movement, and to discuss, the support for the zone of peace and the maintenance of the zone of peace and so on. So the ministry would have vetted the request, and they sent the letter to the leader of the opposition, indicating to her that the Venezuelan ambassador was requesting a meeting with her. So they made the request on his behalf. And again, who is in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Sean Sobers. who is a UNC government minister. So the ministry was aware. The ministry set up the meeting between the opposition leader and the Venezuelan ambassador. So when you hear the UNC mouthpieces all over the place talking about treason and Penny is a traitor and why she meeting with, you should have asked Sean Sobers that. Ask him that. Ask the acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ask her that, because she signed the letter that was sent to the leader of the opposition requesting that she meet with the Venezuelan ambassador. Ask them. They were the first point of contact. They didn't have any issue with it. But all over the place, which is why Kamala had nothing to say about it and others, because they know the protocol. But that didn't stop a former minister of Foreign Affairs, one Suraj Rambachan, right, from stirring up Bacchanal and Kuchu, who should know better. But then again, you can't trust these people. So he decided to put out a post. Let me see if I find it here. And I couldn't help myself but respond to him. And he made it seem as if Penny went to meet with the ambassador and not the other way around. That is to tell you how dishonest these people are. Where is it? It seems that he may have removed it. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? All right. It appears that he removed the post. But I responded to him, and he was talking about Penny going and meet with the Venezuelan ambassador, and I had to let him know. Did you miss the memo that it was the ambassador who came and met with Penny and not the other way around, as your post suggests? And boy, oh boy, did he get some licks, and that generated a lot of traffic to his page, and eventually he quietly removed the post based on going through his Facebook page. I'm not seeing it anymore. But as a Minister of Foreign Affairs under the last People's Partnership Administration, he should be well aware of the protocols involved with that. But that didn't stop Kirk Mayhew from creating Bacchanal. That didn't stop the UNC social media influencers and activists coming to cuss out Penny and cuss out the PNM, when it is that it was the invitation, as you just heard her say, and she read the letter that was sent to her by the ministry, inviting her, extending an invitation to her to meet with the Venezuelan ambassador after they vetted the request. But Penny is a traitor and is treason, and she should be tried. And why the TTPS not investigating Penny, and the PNM want to overthrow the country and overthrow this government and create mayhem and Bacchanal. But the same evening, right, the same Venezuelan embassy had some event, an event to mark National Day. And who was there? The same Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign Affairs. There is video footage circulating on Facebook with him having a good time, laughing and so on, with the same Venezuelan ambassador and his wife, who he refers to by first name, Alvaro. Alvaro and I are good friends. Good friends. In just 6 months as Minister of Foreign Affairs, he and Alvaro are very good friends. That is good to know. But the supporters of the UNC didn't have a problem with Mr. Sobers attending this event after the Venezuelan National Assembly declared his leader, his boss, persona non grata, after several members of the Venezuelan government have had nothing good to say about his boss, a couple of them referring to her as a drunk. Why didn't the supporters of the UNC have a problem with Mr. Sobers cavorting with the Venezuelan ambassador? Why didn't they insist that he should have turned down the invitation in light of what transpired just a few days ago? I said, no, he can't attend or whatever it is, and just respectfully declined the invitation. But no, he went. But I would also tell you, who was there? Did you see any PNM members of parliament there? Because normally, when the diplomatic corps has an event, any embassy or so on has an event, they would normally send invitations to all members of parliament, the lower and the upper house. Right? I have received several invitations from several embassies. Some I have chosen to go to, some I have chosen not to go to. I went to the first one I went to, the US Embassy on the 18th of July, had their 4th of July celebration at the Hyatt. I went to that one. We got invitation from the Jamaican embassy. We got invitation from the Chilean embassy. They had an event recently at Queen's Hall. A lot of embassies usually. We got no invitation. So when they want to say, oh, the PNM and Maduro is the political leader of the PNM, and the PNM in league and in bed with Venezuela, I draw to your attention the fact that PNM members of parliament got no invitation to that event that was hosted by the Venezuelan embassy, right? But members of the government, the UNC government, were there, not us. So when you all want to come and put that on us to say, we in league with Venezuela, we this and we that, just please take note of these things, right? We were not there. We were not invited. They were, and they attended. So when you want to cast your claims about treason, please know in which direction to take it, right? Not us, not this way. Not us. Just thought I would put that out there. So you have a problem with Penny meeting for 15 to 20 minutes with the Venezuelan ambassador, but you don't have a problem with your minister of foreign affairs, whose boss is Kamala Persad-Bissessar, going to an event, a social event, and laughing and drinking and having a good time with the same Venezuelan ambassador. That wasn't treason. That wasn't unpatriotic. His boss was maligned. Nothing wrong with that. That's okay. Penny, can't accept that. But it's okay for Mr. Sobers and any other member of government who was also present at that event. Fine for them to go. So I tell you, I could never understand UNC logic. But anyway. So I want to address this claim by the leader of by the Prime Minister that PNM is funded by drug cartel and that they are supporting the US in the fight against drugs and drug trafficking and the impact that it has on crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. It's high time we take a stance and so on and all of that. No problem. Let's look at how the UNC dealt with the issue of drug trafficking in their first dispensation between 2010 to 2015. Right? Maybe you all might remember some of this. $640 million in cocaine-induced tins, January 18th, 2014. The biggest ever drug bust in the history of the Norfolk port in Virginia, United States, was made on December 20th when U.S. Customs Border Protection officers seized 332 kilos of cocaine, which originated from Trinidad and Tobago and which carries an estimated street value of US 100 million or TT $640 million. The cocaine was stored inside tins of Trinidad Juice Company juices, which were part of a consignment of goods that arrived at the Norfolk port after being shipped from Trinidad. The cocaine, believed to have originated from South America, was hidden inside 700 juice tins bearing the marking of the Cooperative Citrus Growers Association, which is located off the Eastern Main Road in Laventille. The cocaine was found on December 20th at the port of Norfolk inside a shipping container bound for New York. Officers used advanced technology to perform an initial inspection of the 20-foot container which arrived from Trinidad and Tobago. After anomalies were discovered, officials did a more extensive search which led to the discovery. Officials discovered the drugs by cold hit, meaning officials received no significant intelligence about its presence. Rather, a Customs and Border Protection officer targeted the shipment for inspection several weeks before the drugs were seized using port knowledge, automatic targeting tools, and information about recent smuggling trade. As a result of this partnership and hard work of all involved, 332 kilograms of cocaine has not made it into the streets of the United States. While no arrests have been made yet, officials are conducting an investigation, said Scott Rittenberg, acting special agent in charge of Homeland Security investigations. Contacted for comment yesterday, Acting Commissioner of Police Stephen Williams said he was not aware of the drug bust, but said it was possible other sections of the TT Police Service may have been appraised of the seizure. Yesterday, SM Jalil, the local drinks company which acquired the Trinidad Juice Company, issued a statement on the bust. We have always taken pride in the high level of quality and standards that we have adhered to for our products and have and will always continue to comply with various legislations, both locally and internationally, relating to the production and exportation of our products. To date, the Narcotics Bureau of the TTPS nor Trinidad, neither the Narcotics Bureau of the TTPS nor Trinidad Customs have been contacted by U.S. authorities. From this, we can deduce that this is a foreign issue which will be resolved abroad. At present, we have no knowledge or evidence of the details other than the press release from the United States. National Security Minister Gary Griffith confirmed being aware of the drug bust and said he's awaiting an official report on the matter before making a public statement. Based on joint operations and intelligence between our foreign allies, we are now seeing these dividends being reaped, and just recently over 800 kilos of cocaine being seized through our other agencies, inclusive of Transnational Crime Unit. Where was this level of interest in fighting crime and dealing with drugs when this happened under Mrs. Posabi-Sesay's watch in 2014? Where was it? Where was her concern for drugs on the streets of Trinidad and Tobago, and Trinidad and Tobago being used as a transshipment point for drugs? Where was it? Maybe if she had the same level of exuberance then that she appears to have today, might have seen a different picture. But we're going again. Let me remind you all of another one. Let me get it here. Where is it? This is how they deal with drug traffickers, who they are so against today, right? Let's remember. We need to deal with these drug traffickers. Let's see, which newspaper is this? Daily Express, April 21st, 2024. Last year. US 2.2 million to get presidential pardon. Ex-convict claims drug trafficker on sentence paid off lawyers and politicians. A Caribbean national serving a life sentence for drug trafficking in this country more than a decade ago devised a scheme to pay US 2.2 million or 14.9 million TT dollars for presidential pardon, which eventually saw him being set free. It was done with the help of two Trinidadians, another man who was serving a life sentence for murder at the time, and a well-known attorney. The lawyer assured the Caribbean national that he would be pardoned once there was an upfront US multi-million-dollar payment in 2011 to 2012. The convict's pardon was considered in 2013. 1 acre of land in the Caribbean national's home country was also promised as recompense to the local convict, who at the time was also serving a life sentence and who helped the Caribbean national connect with the lawyer. The Trinidadian convict, recently freed from prison after serving more than 20 years for murder, told the Sunday Express that he had disclosed his plan to special branch police officers during a statement they took from him in 2021. He also provided to the special branch officers WhatsApp voice notes and telephone conversations he said he had with the Caribbean national in 2022. The man admitted that he had paid to be given a pardon. The local ex-convict gave the Sunday Express a copy of this statement, along with supporting documentation showing the land he had received from the Caribbean national, who had been his cellmate at the maximum security prison in Aruca, as well as excerpts of his conversations with the cellmate after his pardon. I want everyone to know that this plan was hatched in 2011, long before any pardon was ever granted to the Caribbean national, which took almost 2 years. The Trinidadian ex-convict told the Sunday Express during an interview several weeks ago. In the convict's police statement, he stated, name called, asked my friend, attorney's name called, asked if my friend, and the attorney's name is called, could link a pardon for him. He was also willing to pay a lot of money in return. He was aware that both the attorney and another attorney, name called, were good. The Trinidadian ex-convict continued in his police statement that, additionally, he told me that his sister was a government official in their home country and how he would get in contact with her to come and make arrangements with the attorney and another attorney so they would know it is a serious matter. Somehow, the government changed their plans to pardon prisoners. I believe it had something to do with Mr. Herbert Volney, the Minister of Justice at the time, but the pardon for the Caribbean national did not stop. I talked to the attorney, and he told me he would talk to another attorney and contact me. Once contacted, he asked me how much the man, Caribbean national, who was serving a life sentence in prison in Trinidad and Tobago for drug trafficking, was willing to pay. After I talked to the Caribbean national, he told me he was willing to pay $2 million for his pardon and questioned whether it can be done. I got into contact with the attorney and told him about the amount. The attorney then notified me that it would be several persons involved, so everyone will have to agree. He told me that a politician, name called, has to okay it first, but he then asked if he could get the Caribbean national to add US $200,000 more and he will get another attorney name called to agree and have it done. The Caribbean national agreed because he just needed his freedom at this point. I asked the Caribbean national, what would I get after helping? He said if he really got his freedom, I could get an acre of land or money. And he told me that he and his brother, who is one of the biggest businessmen in the Caribbean country name called, has 2 acres and he would give me an acre once freed. I aided and wanted the land, so I got excited about all of this. And I talked a lot about this to the local attorney, and he told me to let the Caribbean national sister come to Trinidad. I can't remember exactly when, but she did come and had meetings. Afterwards, the local attorney told her what needed to be done and then told me. He said Caribbean National has to get a neutral lawyer to do a petition to the president and they will see about it after that. The Trinidadian ex-convict in his police statement said, in one of my previous conversations with the local attorney, he told me that another attorney named said they cannot pardon the Caribbean National alone. They have to pardon a few other men along with him. The ex-convict further recalled in his police statement that the Caribbean National was pardoned sometime in 2013 after the 2012 pardoning of 50 prisoners was cancelled. Bear in mind, the only people who could grant a pardon is the president on the advice of the Mercy Committee. Who makes up the Mercy Committee? The Attorney General, the Minister of National Security, right? 2 senior members of cabinet, among others. But I continue. The ex-convict said he was later notified by the attorney that everything is looking good. And they had also agreed to pardon a few other prisoners along with the Caribbean National. The Sunday Express later learned that another man who came from the same country as the Caribbean National and who was jointly charged with him for drug trafficking was pardoned along with 4 other local men. But these pardons have never been reported in the media, legal sources indicated. Several legal sources confirmed that these men were pardoned and indicated they had no prior knowledge of what arrangements had been made with this particular Caribbean national or what payments had been made. The Trinidadian ex-convict added in his police statement that the local attorney told me that he received the money and everything was straight. Land gift. The Trinidadian ex-convict said in his statement that the Caribbean national later contacted him and his brother. The Caribbean national told me how I would see that he is a man of his word. He said his brother, who usually visits Trinidad for Carnival, will be coming for Carnival 2014 and that how he needed my brother to travel back to his homeland with him so that he could start organizing the land for me. His brother came for Carnival and my brother left with him to the named Caribbean island. The ex-convict said his brother was shown the land and later again visited the island and the land was signed over to his brother's name. We have documents as proof that the land was in fact transferred successfully, the ex-convict stated in his police statement. The Sunday Express obtained the land document which showed exactly where the acre of land was situated on the island in question. It was a parcel of land numbered 109 and was entitled Agreement of Absolute Gift of Land. And according to the agreement, the land was being given to the brother of the ex-convict as a result of the ex-convict's assistance to the Caribbean national while he was detained. The agreement stated the decision by the donor to vest parcel 109 in the donee is to reflect his immeasurable gratitude for the unwavering attention, care, compassion, and concern bestowed on his sibling, who resides at, and the address is stated, during the latter's penal detention in Trinidad, and who, during that detention, the donor acknowledged and was aware that his sibling experienced and relied on the loyal kinship of the donee, who then became his proverbial friend. Closer than a brother, this provided emotional and material support to the maximum extent allowed to the circumstance, thereby cushioning the pain of his circumstances. The ex-convict's brother, whose name was placed on the land, confirmed to the Sunday Express that he did go to the Caribbean island and signed off to obtain the land on his brother's behalf. I did go there, and the land was later signed off to my name due to how my brother helped Caribbean National, helped him get the pardon, and that's what they promised him in return. They didn't go back on their word. He added that he also met with the Caribbean National's sister who had visited his family here in Trinidad in 2015. The Sunday Express cross-referenced the name of the Caribbean National's sister and any trips she would have made to this country. The Sunday Express was able to verify through immigration sources that the sister of the Caribbean National visited this country in July 2011 for 8 days, January 2012 for 6 days, and also came in February 2015 between the period February 13th to the 25th. Based on my information and knowledge, I am told that the monies were paid sometime between 2011 and 2012. I don't know exactly how the money was paid, whether it was brought into the country or paid another way, but the attorney confirmed to me that they have received the money. In 2022, the ex-convict recorded follow-up telephone conversations with the Caribbean national, which he later gave to the authorities. And during these conversations, the Caribbean national mentioned paying for his pardon and freedom. These are excerpts from several telephone conversations. And it goes conversation 1, ex-convict, plus 2, money talk and BS walk. So they give you the transcripts of the conversation. The power to grant pardon. Listen to this, sir. The power to grant a pardon is vested in the president under Section 87 of the Constitution. A pardon may be granted before or after an offense is charged. The president's power is usually exercised on the advice of the Minister of National Security, following the consideration of the Advisory Committee of the Power of Pardon set up under Section 88 of the Constitution, also known as the Mercy Committee. The president may exercise the power of pardon without any such advice. A pardon is generally effected by way of the presidential order, warrant under the hand of the president. The composition of the advisory committee is established by Section 88 and includes the DPP, the Attorney General, and the Minister of National Security, together with other persons. In cases other than where a prisoner is sentenced to death, the minister may advise without the consideration of the advisory committee. And a person may apply for pardon, and a prisoner may apply by way of petitioner for pardon under Rule 280 of the Prison Rules. A prisoner is also entitled to have his case reviewed by the president every 4 years under Rule 281 or 282 of the Prison Rules. On such a review, the president may exercise the power of pardon and effect the early release of a prisoner. In such cases, the prison authorities make a recommendation for the release of the continued detention of the prisoner. So you'll understand what went on there? In 2012, when Trinidad and Tobago celebrated 50 years of independence, the then UNC administration, People's Partnership Administration, came up with this brilliant idea to free 50 prisoners to commemorate 50 years of independence. And included on that list of 50 prisoners to be pardoned was this CARICOM national who was serving a life sentence for drug trafficking. And if it was a life sentence he was serving, clearly the amount of drugs that he would have been dealing with had to be significant, right? And he, while serving his life sentence with this other guy, who is a Trini tell him, well, here what now, I know some people and high up. You are a linker. You can make it happen now. Right? So you say, well, yeah, well, let me get up now. Call the local attorney. I'm sure some of you probably racking your brains as to who it is, because somebody high up, right? Who like money. Tell him, hey, yeah, this man here, I think, looking for a pardon and he could pay something. Ask him how much he willing to pay. How much you're willing to pay? 2 million US. All right. Music to our ears. All right. Well, we could make something happen with that. But understand, it's not just me involved. There are other people involved too. And if they go in and do something like this, they have to be compensated handsomely. This is what the article is saying here, right? So ask him if he's willing to pay another 200,000 US now. Add on to that. This man is in Trinidad prison. He's a CARICOM national, and he just wants to get out and go back home so that he could continue doing whatever it is he was doing before to make money. Where do you think he got the 2.2 million US from to be able to pay this bribe to get his pardon? The man is a drug trafficker. Drug money. All right? You say, well, no problem. 200,000 more. I just want my freedom. I'm willing to pay that. So the ex-convict, then incarcerated, call their lawyer and say, well, here what? The man said you got to pay the 2.2. Let's get this thing on the road. All right? And then somewhere along the line, something happened. And I think it may have had to do with the Section 34 Bacchanal. Because remember, on Independence Night, when everybody was watching fireworks, is when they came and they bring Section 34, which was supposed to enable certain people to be able to get off scot-free. Once you serve a certain period of time or your case has been pending for a period of time, under Section 34, you could have gotten the case dismissed. And I think it was because of that whole bacchanal, and then Hubert Volney get tied up in the thing, and he was the one who was pushing this 50 for 50. And then he come and he lost, he get fired and what kind of bacchanal. So that plan went out the window. So they had to come with something else. But you couldn't just pardon this man or this man and the other CARICOM national because it would look too suspicious. This man is serving a life sentence for drug trafficking. He's not a Trinidad and Tobago citizen. Or both of them, they're not Trinidad and Tobago citizens. So what is so special about them that you give them a presidential pardon? So not only are they freed, but their record is expunged. So it's as if they'd never committed any crime in Trinidad. They have no criminal record whatsoever of having ever committed a major drug crime in Trinidad and Tobago. So they had to concoct something else. So as you heard in the article here, well, we can't just free the two of them. So we need to come up with something to be able to free a few more people. And so based on that, a few more people got presidential pardons. And these two men just slipped through the cracks. Slipped through the crack, got their pardons, jumped on a plane and went back home. And several persons in Trinidad and Tobago who have the power to recommend to the president to give these men a presidential pardon based on what this article is saying here, written by Mark Bassan, is that $2.2 million was paid as a bribe to certain public officials to get these two men, one who was serving a life sentence for drug trafficking, a pardon. Who was the prime minister then? Who was in government then? Who made up the Mercy Committee then that made the recommendation to the president to pardon these men? But today they come in with the hypocrisy that they're so against drug trafficking and they need to deal with drug trafficking. But you all are responsible for at least 2 drug traffickers now being free to continue to engage in drug trafficking when they should have still been in the maximum security prison serving a life sentence. Today they are free in their home country doing the same thing. Right? They probably sell enough cocaine to make back all that money that they paid, based on what this article is saying here. The other day they were talking about what happened, what about, right? When David Lee was charged a second time for the issue with the vehicle. And all the UNCs actually jump out the hole and talking about what about, and what about Foster, and what about Faris, and what about this? What about that police investigation into that matter, which is alleging that high public officials in the PP administration between 2010 to 2015 were complicit in taking a bribe of $2.2 million to grant a pardon to a drug trafficker? That's how they deal with drug traffickers, but have the audacity and the temerity to accuse the PNM of being funded by the drug mafia. But here it is, this article is telling us that members of that administration, senior members of that administration, took big bribe to free 2 drug traffickers. This article is telling us that the sister of the CARICOM national was a member of the government of whichever country he came from. So this has international implications, right? But you all were part of a conspiracy to free a drug trafficker. But today, all of a sudden, you're like the de facto defenders of them. You have to deal with drug traffickers. You have to deal with them. Yes, because they're destroying the fabric of society in Trinidad and Tobago. And yes, and we applaud what Mr. Trump is doing, and we need to get rid of these drug traffickers. You didn't know to do that between 2010 to 2015. Why isn't this man still sitting in Golden Grove? Why isn't he still serving a life sentence? Why is he scot-free wherever he is to do whatever it is that he wants? And who were these attorneys, these well-known attorneys that were able to secure this pardon from him? What influence did they have over the Mercy Committee to be able to get them to recommend this pardon to the president? Who else on the Mercy Committee? Were any of these attorneys sitting on the Mercy Committee? Who share up in that money? That $2.2 million US. Over 15 million TT dollars. Who eat our food from that? Are there any of them in government today? Any of them have an issue or problem with drug trafficking today, but they didn't have a problem with it in 2014 when they were able to get this man a pardon or these men a pardon? White jacket, black jacket. Hypocrisy is what it is, right? Hypocrisy on your part. But want to come and accuse the PNM of being funded by the drug mafia. No such allegations have ever been made against the PNM. None. But these are the people sitting in government today. But then then you all wonder why it is we don't support the UNC. These matters that only came to the fore years after they demitted office. But they want to come to Parliament and talk about corruption and PNM corruption over the last 10 years and who are corrupt and who get HGC contract and who are... Really? HGC contracts, not HGC, yeah, HGC contracts and who got CPEP contract pales into comparison to the things that took place while these people were in office. 2.2 million US. You feel when this man went back home that he decided to turn his life over to the Lord and take up honest work and give up a life of criminality and drug trafficking? You think that's what he did? Maybe, who knows, maybe one of the drug boats that the US blew up might have been one of his. For all you know. We don't know. But what we know is that he's free today. And it's not because of Keith Rowley. It's not because of Stuart Young. It's not because of Penny Beckles. It's not because of Foster Cummins. It's not because of Faris Al-Rawi. None of them were in government at the time, and none of them were sitting on the Mercy Committee. So they had no power or ability to give him any pardon. But the supporters of the Yellow Party wouldn't talk about that. Right? Because all you know, PNM corruption, and PNM was in office for how much years, and they corrupt, and PNM create corruption. And I keep saying, as you all talk about the PNM created corruption, okay, you want to go down that road? Oh, Desmond Carty say all are we thief. One of the most misconstrued statements. That's the only part they talk about. Carty say all are we thief, but what he said after that, they don't ever talk about when he gave the examples of what he meant by that. But all are we thief. So the PNM is... Yeah. But no talk about that. Anybody was arrested for that? You think the supporters of that party will ever talk about this? No, that is just PNM will talk. PNM name mentioned nowhere inside it. I'm sure some of you, if you think hard, could probably think who the attorney might have been, or attorneys. So, let me see. Anyway. Now they're fighting drugs. Of course, they're concerned about drug trafficking. Just get this here, right? Where is this article? Here. Unwise to reveal the nature of the TTDF exercise. This is again for the benefit of the supporters of the UNC, right? Sturge. Unwise to reveal nature of TTDF exercise. Preparedness event, a result of joint military training during US warship visit. Minister of Defense Wayne Sturge has disclosed that the mobilization of the Defense Force personnel on Friday was a drill to assess the effectiveness and response of the military. In response to questions from the Sunday Express, Sturge confirmed that Defense Force personnel were instructed to stand down after being called out to report to several bases on Friday. He explained that Friday's event stemmed from a recent joint military training conducted on a 5-day visit of the US warship, the USS Gravely. We wish to advise that the Stage 1 preparedness event of Friday was a culmination of recent military training and exercises conducted jointly with the US military during the recent visit of the USS Gravely, and was done to assess the effectiveness of communication, coordination, and response times, so as to identify in a real-time scenario that we would realistically expect and achieve, and what areas of our plans required adjustments, stated Sturge. He said it was not in the public's interest to broadcast information given the true nature of the exercise. We asked Sturge the question in the parliament, right? He said, based on the tenets of Standing Order 27B, he respectfully declines to answer. But you went and do an interview with the Express newspaper and give them all this information, but refused to share the same information in the parliament. Right? Refused. He declined. Can't answer. National security. There's not in the best interest. I cannot disclose. But then go on and do an interview with the Express newspaper, who always says PNM. Right? And who you claim contributed to the paranoia that took place on Friday. Can't answer in the parliament when the question is posed to you by the opposition because of national security concerns, but then go on and give a whole interview to the Express and give them all of this information. It just goes to show the contempt that these people have for the parliament, the contempt that they have for you, the citizens who put them there, who bought into yellow is the code, and when UNC wins, and you put them there. And we ask a question on your behalf because we know people wanted to know. We're hearing rumors and we just want confirmation from those in authority. And he stands up in the parliament and says, that's for me to know and you to find out. I decline to answer. Can't give all no information. That's national security. And the expert, ring, ring, ring. Sure, yes, I can take an interview. No problem. Yes, I can tell you. I can confirm that yes, in fact, the defense force officers were called to base. And I'll give you a whole set of other information as well that I refuse to give in the parliament based on a question that was asked by the opposition. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister was asked the same question when she arrived at the parliament on Friday. And what was her response? I don't know. I have no information about that. This is the head of the National Security Council, the chairman of the National Security Council. I don't know. Where did I get that from? They're asking me. I don't know. I'll have to find out. How? The parliament just approved $28 million for the National Security Council for fiscal 2025-2026. $28 million. For what? Because if something as simple as that, the head of the National Security Council doesn't know, and they think that is okay, because obviously something of that nature, which is uncommon, contrary to what the Minister of Homeland Security said, that is a normal thing. Members of the Defense Force and the Police Service will tell you that is not a normal thing. All right? And now we've had confirmation, despite the fact that the UNC official Facebook page had put out saying that was fake news when it was first reported. And now the minister is saying, well, yes, it did happen, and this is why it happened, and so on. So they must have known that when word got out about this, given the temperature outside there, the climate, just outside in the waters in the Gulf or wherever it is there, people would ask the Prime Minister, the media would seize on the first opportunity to ask the Prime Minister about this. So you didn't think that maybe the Prime Minister should be appraised of this, because more than likely the media is going to ask her a question. Apparently that did not occur to them. So she was unprepared. And as has become the norm, just as when she was Prime Minister the first time, always unaware, always advised, never informed. So what did she say? I don't know. I don't have any information on that. I will have to find out. I tried to find it here, but I should have saved it. Anyway. That's not. Give me 1 second, folks. Let me see if I find this here. See, I do like people to see that I put in words in the Prime Minister's mouth. Let me see if I get this here. But of course, the supporters of the UNC find nothing wrong with the Prime Minister saying that she doesn't know, she's unaware, and just know. Right. And it's interesting that, just know, let me get this here. We instead said that this information was known by only three people, which I assume was the head of the Defense Force, the head of the regiment, possibly himself. Don't understand why it's only three, because if the TTPS, Junior Benjamin, sent out a notice indicating that the TTPS officers as well were called in, that there would be more than three people. Why wasn't the Prime Minister informed as the head of the National Security Council? Something this major, why wasn't she informed? Especially given the fact that she presided over the promotion ceremony for the head of the Defense Force and the head of the regiment on Friday at the very same parliament, right? Commander Polo the other gentleman. So she wasn't aware. But here what they're telling her, the Prime Minister, the head of the National Security Council, she wasn't aware that this was taking place. That the Defense Force officers, regiment officers, TTPS officers, whoever was called to base and so on, she wasn't aware that that was taking place. Totally oblivious. But they want to convince you, stay calm. And if there is to be a strike on Venezuela, we will inform you. How are you informing the population, Mrs. Posabi-Sessa, when you don't even know what's going on in your own country? When you, as the head of the National Security Council, have no idea that persons who are under you, who are under your command, are taking decisions that impacts or involves the whole of the Defense Force, the whole of the police service, and you don't know. When you ought to know. So you don't know that. But you're telling us, don't worry, stay calm. My name is Kamla. So stay calm, go about your business. And if we get any information of any strike that is going to take place in Venezuela, we will inform you. Yes. So things that she have no control over, she will inform you of that. But what she's supposed to have control over, she don't know, and she can't inform you of that. And that's quite all right. For the supporters of the UNC, that is okay. But if it was Keith Rowley, you would have heard. You would not have heard the end of it. I just want to tell them again, for the benefit of all who's saying, all you feel thing and nothing, and they posting up fake news is the PNM because the media asked Trump if he going and strike Venezuela, and Trump said no, and that's all we need to hear. That's all we need to hear. If and when a strike is coming, the Prime Minister and the government will tell us. Yeah. Just like Wayne Sturge told you in the Parliament when we posed the question, right? Just to ask. Yeah, just like how we tell earlier. Gave you the information. Just like how the Prime Minister knew. Just like how Alexander said that's a normal thing. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, normal thing. So while he outside trying to fit into that jacket, fighting up, you see him trying to fight up in the jacket. Make sure it don't rip. Okay, you know how to fit. Then they come in the Parliament. The question is posed to your colleague, Wayne Sturge, and you just talk to the media. But Sturge say he can't talk about it, but you just talk to the media. Okay, no problem. Where is this article? Just now, let me see if I get it. See, so many things I save. Where is it? Where is it? Right. This for the benefit of the supporters of the UNC who believe that if and when Mr. Trump makes a decision to strike Venezuela, if and when, that he's going to tell Mrs. Posabi-Sessa beforehand, so she could warn Trinidadians and Tobagonians. This is a CNN article dated 22nd of June 2025 entitled, How Trump Quietly Made the Historic Decision to Launch Strikes in Iran. By the time President Donald Trump was milling about his golf club in New Jersey on Friday evening, the planes were about to be in the air. To the onlookers at the club, Trump showed little anxiety about his decision to authorize strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities that could have profound ramifications both on U.S. national security and his own presidential legacy. The B-2 stealth bombers carrying 30,000-pound bunker busters were preparing to take off at midnight from their base in Missouri, destined for Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Another set of planes were heading west. Here they said, another set of planes were heading west, a deliberate attempt at misdirection as Trump demanded complete secrecy for his momentous decision. Complete secrecy for his momentous decision. So they sent a set of planes west to fool, so make sure nobody don't know. This must come as a complete surprise. As Trump escorted Sam Altman, the chief executive of OpenAI, to an event for new members in a clubhouse dining room, he was loose and, at least in public, in an easygoing mood. People who saw him said. I hope he's right about AI, Trump joked at one point, gesturing to his guest. 24 hours later, Trump was in the basement situation room at the White House wearing a red Make America Great Again hat as he watched the strike he had approved days earlier, codenamed Operation Midnight Hammer, play out in real time on the facility's wall of monitors. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success, he said. A few hours later, during late-night remarks from the White House cross hall, Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace, and if they do not, future attacks will be greater and a lot easier. The decision to go ahead with strikes thrust the United States directly into the Middle East conflict, raising worries about Iranian reprisals and questions about Trump's endgame. It came after days of public deliberation, as Trump alternated between issuing militaristic threats against Iran on social media and holding private concerns that a military strike could drag the US into a prolonged war. Yet by Thursday, the same day he instructed his press secretary to announce that he was giving Iran 2 weeks to return to the negotiating table before deciding on a strike. Allies who spoke to him said it was clear that the decision was already made. So Mr. Trump is sitting in a room telling him, well, I'm giving Iran 2 weeks. 2 weeks to make a decision. Either they come to the negotiating table or we will strike. And the article is telling her why he telling the media that decision done made to strike Iran already, But he come at 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So Iran said, all right, fellas, we have 2 weeks. Or they can relax. Breathe. Don't worry. We know here the man said 2 weeks. So let me see. 2 weeks. They didn't even know that they had 2 days. Speaking on NBC on Sunday, Vice President J.D. Vance said Trump retained the ability to call off the strikes until the very last minute, but he elected to go ahead. Administration officials went to great lengths to conceal their planning. Deferring the strike decision for a fortnight appeared to be in keeping with the mission's attempts at diversion, a tactic designed to obscure the attack plans, even though Trump held off giving a final go-ahead until Saturday, according to senior U.S. officials. By the end of the week, U.S. officials had come to believe Iran was not ready to return to the table and strike a satisfactory nuclear deal with the European leaders who met with their Iranian counterparts on Friday. Trump's 2-week deadline lasted only 48 hours before he took one of the most consequential actions of his presidency. The operation began at midnight Friday with the B-2 bombers launching from Missouri on an 18-hour journey that was the plane's longest mission in more than 2 decades, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said at a Sunday morning Pentagon briefing. This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready for when the President of the United States called, Hegseth said alongside Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It took a great deal of precision. It involved misdirection and the highest operational security. Early discussions about potential U.S. strikes, discussions about potential options for American strikes on Iran began in earnest between Trump and members of his national security team during a weekend retreat at Camp David in early June, where CIA Director John Ratcliffe briefed Trump on U.S. assessments that Israel was prepared to imminently begin strike. The options for Trump to join Israel in his campaign had been drawn up in the months beforehand, with the president's advisors having already worked out differences amongst themselves over what options were on the menu for him to decide. In the week before he made the final call for U.S. stealth bombers and Navy submarines to target 3 Iranian nuclear sites, Trump held briefings each day with his national security team in the basement situation room to discuss attack plans and to weigh the potential consequences. Trump came to the secret talks with 2 principal concerns: that a U.S. attack be decisive in taking out the highly fortified sites, including the underground Fordow enrichment facility, and that any action he took did not pull the U.S. into the type of prolonged deadly war he promised to avoid as a candidate. On the first point, officials were confident in the U.S. bunker-busting bomb's ability to penetrate the facility, even though such an action hadn't been tested previously. On the second question of a prolonged war, officials could hardly promise the president that Iran's reprisals, which could include targeting American assets or personnel in the region, wouldn't draw the U.S. into a new quagmire. And as the president has made clear, this most certainly not open-ended. The uncertainty seemed to give Trump pause, or should be uncertainty. And throughout the week, he said in public he hadn't yet made a decision, even if behind the scenes it appeared to the president's advisors that his mind had already been made up. So just making the point, when Mrs. Prasad Bissessa is giving you assurances, don't worry, no war, don't worry, If anything going to happen, we will tell all you. Relax, don't worry. Don't listen to the media. Don't listen to social media. No, just go about your business. If you hear the media saying, the official media, traditional media reporting things and saying a decision has been taken, go about your business, right? If you hear that the aircraft carrier has arrived in the region and they positioning themselves and it look as if, don't listen to, just go about all your business now, man. Don't study. Because Mr. Trump or Mr. Rubio will pick up the phone and call the Prime Minister and say, hey, it's going down here, so warn your citizens. Because as if making that announcement publicly in Trinidad that the Venezuelans wouldn't know, right? So just go and whisper in the ears of every citizen. Don't broadcast it. Just go and talk to every citizen, whisper in the ears, just so that the Venezuelan embassy and the staff and the Venezuelans in Trinidad wouldn't hear. Again, she had no idea, no clue what was going on in her country with armed forces over which she has some level of control and command. Things that she should know, she didn't know. But she wants to convince you that if an attack is imminent, she will know. And her government will tell you, so you could make preparations. Now understand, even if there is some sort of attack, and it doesn't affect us from a military standpoint, meaning no missiles come here, whatever, it is the action just taking place there, albeit we're just 7 miles off, right? So things could happen, but just say that doesn't happen. Understand that we would be impacted in other ways because we import a lot of stuff, a lot of food. And if there is conflict in the region, and it doesn't only impact us, it impacts the rest of the Caribbean as well. Because if there is armed conflict taking place in the region over a prolonged period of time, these shipping lines that are bringing food and medication and all these other things will not come here. They will not come to the region because they don't want to risk ending up in crossfire, that a missile end up hitting them being targeted because Venezuela want to send a message or collateral damage. They're not going to take that chance. And so they will just sit and wait it out. So we could be impacted from that perspective. Food shortage is a possibility because if conflict breaks out, armed conflict breaks out, and these entities decide, we risking to go through that loss of life and limb, forget that. Let them make do with whatever it is they have inside it, right? They better ration. And the same will apply to ships going to other Caribbean countries as well because it is still in the general area. Okay? So look beyond just the issue of a missile dropping here or a bomb dropping here or something. No. There are other ways that we will be impacted as well. And if this is a drawn out, if there should be any type of conflict and it is drawn out, Crapo smoke our pipe. Crapo smoke our pipe. Just understand that, right? Because given our close proximity to Venezuela, you might even have the suspension of flights because some airlines may say, hey, we ain't taking that chance, you know. We don't know. Next thing somebody decide to target the Piarco airport, forget that. We ain't going there. We're not sending our staff to Trinidad. Suspension of flights. All of these things can happen. So while people being myopic and only focusing on one aspect of if a bomb drop or if a missile or anything like that, no, that's not our only consideration. So when it is that Ole figure the PNM want to side with Maduro, it has nothing to do with siding with Maduro. We understand that Donald Trump will not be there forever. His term of office is supposed to come to an end on the 20th of January, 2029. Mrs. Prasad Bisesa will not be there forever. Her term of office is supposed to come to an end sometime between the 28th of April, 2030 and July, August of 2030. All right? And after they are gone, then what? Then what? We have to understand, and Mrs. Prasad Bisesa has to understand, the chairmanship of CARICOM is based on a 6-month rotation. So at some point in time during the course of her current tenure as Prime Minister, she will assume the chairmanship of CARICOM. And when you are making statements like CARICOM is an unreliable partner, and we need to look for trading partners beyond the CARICOM region and so on, what message are you sending to CARICOM? How can you expect to be the chairman of CARICOM for 6 months and you are alienating yourself from your other CARICOM brothers and sisters? When you are making statements like this, when your Minister of Government is prepared to go on a tirade in the Parliament, the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago, to basically cuss out without using cuss words, the sitting Prime Minister of another CARICOM country, and you say nothing, you do not reprimand him, and he's allowed to continue to go and talk on social media. You tell Philip Alexander stay in his lane. You need to tell Anil Roberts that too, because clearly he doesn't know what his lane is, and his mouth has no limit. No limit on his mouth. One needs only to go on his Facebook page and see the nasty things that he has been saying. For a Minister of Government, he's no longer, and it seems he didn't get the memo, he is no longer just an opposition senator. You are now a government senator and a Minister of Government. When you were in opposition and you wanted to say the nastiest of things about the PNM, you could go ahead and do that. Now you are a Minister of Government with responsibility for the administration of a ministry. Hundreds of millions of dollars in public resources coming to that ministry. And therefore, even if that is not the case, there must be at least the semblance or something showing that there is equity, that supporters of the PNM must not feel that they are being victimized because you have a minister or two ministers in the Ministry of Housing who have nothing good to say about the PNM, and the supporters who have the nastiest and the worst things to say, and every opportunity that presents itself for them to do so, they take that opportunity to do so publicly, that they don't care, referring to PNM supporters as flock of kobo and rabid dogs, repeatedly. So when it is that citizens of this country, even if they did not vote for the UNC, that does not mean that they are not entitled to share in the patrimony of the country. It belongs to all of us, regardless of who sits in the seat of power. And no matter what UNC supporters say, you all cannot point to any former PNM minister who has said things with the level of frequency and the level of nastiness that David Nackett, Anil Roberts, and Philip Edward Alexander have been saying. When Kamala told Alexander the other day to stay in your lane, restrain yourself, he obeyed. But as he did a live a couple of days ago, said, the Prime Minister told him to stay in his lane, but he can't stay any longer. He needs to come out and speak. He needs to defend because he's looking to be noticed, right? So what he was doing before, not getting him the kind of views and likes that he used to be getting before. So he needs to come back out in the public and, he cannot be restrained any longer. So he needs to come out and continue to do these things and say these nasty things to the point where we feel it's okay to attack the Prime Minister of another country. It's okay to attack former Prime Ministers because they signed a statement talking about zone of peace and condemning what they think are actions that are inimical to the well-being of the Caribbean region. Because CARICOM will still be here long after Mr. Trump is gone. CARICOM will still be here long after Posadi Seso is gone. CARICOM will still be here long after Maduro is gone. So when you make a mess, first it was Trinidad and Tobago is not an ATM. In her last dispensation as Prime Minister. Then it was when the hurricane took place during that same dispensation, 2010 to 2015, and the countries that were affected were looking to Trinidad and Tobago for assistance, and the Prime Minister made them to understand, listen, one hand no clap. You want help? No problem, you can give you help, but we are the benefit. So we'll have to use our tradesmen to come to your country to do the work, right? This is not just about us wanting to help you out of the goodness of our heart. No. It is less of that and more of how we could benefit from this. But now, with Jamaica and what has happened, oh, yes, we care so much and we will do whatever we can. And we want to send some workers from TNTech and send this one and send that one and everybody to help and so on. But now you're talking about, there are no zone of peace. I don't know what I'm talking about. Her supporters are now attacking Mia Mottley, calling Mia Mottley the worst of names. I saw a post just now before I came on referring to Mia Mottley as a female dog, a bitch. Yes, the supporters of the UNC referring to Mia Mottley as that because she continues to maintain this zone of peace. So their leaders say it are no zone of peace. And as I told you, just go and Google what zone of peace means. Just go and Google it. It's not that hard. And it does not mean that, that there is no crime in the region. It doesn't speak to crime. It speaks about the relationship between the various countries in the region. That they have that brotherly and sisterly love thing. Chinese could feel free to hop on a plane and go Guyana and feel the love and go St. Vincent and the Grenadines for whatever they have. And they could go to Barbados for crop over and it's only niceness and love, no hate, no antagonism, no war, no this one cussing out that one as obtains. But you see, she could talk about no zone of peace because when you have your minister in the Ministry of Housing wanting to attack the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that is no peace. No diplomacy, no autopsy or any of the other 7 C's. As they say, he has none of that. He has no business being in the parliament, far more for the government. And then he want to come and talk in the parliament as if he's this, well, he's a subject matter expert when it comes to alcohol and the consumption of alcohol. That we know. So he could talk about liquor. As he said, he is qualified to talk about rum. As we saw around the Savannah 2 carnivals ago, was it last year? Yeah, last year carnival. Pistoratically drunk, as they say, around the Savannah, don't know himself. Anil. When the woman, Anil. 5 times she has to call his name before he realized. I just not. Oh, you're good. I didn't realize. Yeah, I now realize I'm Anil. But Kamala couldn't find nobody else. You couldn't just, okay, you wanted to keep him in the Senate, keep him there. Make him like Brian Bigg. You know? Just put him as a senator with no portfolio. But you put him in the Ministry of Housing. Of all places, the Ministry of Housing. So it's not enough just to give him a senatorial salary. He must receive a ministerial salary to cost the PNM and say the worst of things about the PNM. Whether he's in the parliament, outside the parliament, every opportunity that he gets. Because he figured that is his work. And meanwhile, we are a laughing stock. But the supporters of the UNC all the time talk under Rowley. Once Trinidad and Tobago was the leaders of the Caribbean, but now we are a laughing stock. Everybody laughing at us. Everybody laughing at us. Thanks to Keith Rowley. But now, other countries, senior public officials in other countries who have no respect for our Prime Minister, that they refer to as a drunk, unfortunately, that the former president of the Senate in Grenada would refer to her as a recent drunk, without regard on public platform. They have no problem saying these things. And while some of them have not articulated in public, I'm sure behind closed doors they're saying it. So who really made us a laughing stock? Where is Ralph Maraj? Where is Ralph Maraj, the big word man, the Trinidad and Tobago ambassador to CARICOM? Where is he? Conspicuously silent. But when the PNM was in office, every weekend, every Sunday, writing an article and talking about how Dr. Rowley has damaged this country's standing in the region and damaged our relationship with the United States of America and so on. Because what? He dared to stand up to then US Ambassador Joseph Mondello, who expressed his disappointment because at that time, the government of Trinidad and Tobago indicated that they would take a neutral stance insofar as it pertained to, again, the same thing with Venezuela, with Juan Guaido and Maduro. And Dr. Rowley said, whoever is in Miraflores Palace answers the phone when I call, that's who I recognize as president. And unless and until Mr. Guaido is the person answering the phone, I am recognizing Mr. Maduro and we staying out of that. That is not we business. All right? If they need us to be mediators, no problem. We're willing to step up to the plate and do that. But otherwise to that, let them sort out their business. Mr. Mondello didn't like that and expressed his disappointment. And Dr. Rowley said that he will broach no opposition from Washington. Ralph Maraj had plenty to say about that. Oh, that type of language is undiplomatic, and Dr. Rowley could have chosen a better way, a more diplomatic way to see these things and whatnot. And he never forgave Dr. Rowley for that. From 2019 to this year, for 6 years, he talked about that. 6 years, he write about that. But look how many things Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar has said in the last couple months. Her condemnation of CARICOM, her criticism of CARICOM, having gone to the UN General Assembly, and in her speech saying she doesn't know anything about any zone of peace. So what her colleagues in CARICOM talking about zone of peace, they confused. Where is Ralph Maraj? He is receiving a pay, a salary to be ambassador for CARICOM. This is his domain. Your work as the ambassador is you are supposed to be the liaison between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and CARICOM. Where are you, Ralph Maraj? Where is your article? And you went from being a full-time columnist to writing guest articles now. Where are the articles? Where is it? What have you to say? You used to come every Monday on I-95 and you have plenty to pontificate about and chastise this then government. But we have not heard anything from you since Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar's misadventure and all the statements that are being made and the criticism of CARICOM. Where are you, Ralph? You hypocrite. But we are not surprised because just like so many others who are willing to bend the knee to Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar, you're just another one of these eunuchs, right? Who would have capitulated your testicles at the altar of expediency, understanding that for the next 5 years, 4 years and 9 months, you're singing and talking in tenor, you're a soprano, because you have no testicles. You have to leave it in the box by the door. If you want it back, you need to exit. Exit stage left, but not only prepared to do that. So you will not speak again in hushed tones, behind closed doors. You will say, oh, what's going on, boy? What it? But you would never come out and make a public declaration as you would have against the Keith Rowley administration. You know why? Because Dr. Rowley didn't give you nothing. As far as he was concerned, you were a non-entity. You could run your beak from now till next week, and he has nothing to give you. So you didn't owe him anything, and he would do nothing, so you could feel free to chastise him and chastise Imbert and Stuart Young and Fitzgerald Hines and all of them. But now the UNC has emasculated you. They buy your tongue for 5 years, so you have nothing to say, and like they buy your hand too. You can't write. All of you hypocrites, men and women of letters, have nothing to say. Waste of time. Waste of time. That's what you all are. Just feeding off of the treasury. Largest cabinet in the country's history. All of them. Excuses, pay late. Public servants getting the pay late and all kind of dotish excuse we hear. And it's because of the realignment of ministries. But this isn't the first month end that public servants were paid late. The police service saying this is unheard of. By the 24th, pay in the account. The 28th, the 29th of the month, they're still waiting, checking the account, nothing. All they're seeing is butterfly and lint. They're counting minus. Past due date for their salary deduct for the standing orders that they have on their bank account to pay the loans and whatever it is. The due date has passed, so they now have to go to the bank whenever pay reach to take all the money to go and manually go to these institutions to pay. Unheard of. But this is the nonsensical excuse that the minister will come with. Well, there was no realignment with Parliament, but yet still members of Parliament were paid late too. What was the excuse for that? What was the excuse for that? Normally, our subventions that we get every month for the maintenance of our office comes by a certain date. That was late too this month, Dave. The Parliament wasn't realigned. So what was the excuse for that? But then you have them out pieces like this one, Irvin Felix, some down point 14 talking rubbish about he come to the understanding that it was a bank issue. So all public servants and everybody who was paid late, all of them banking with the same bank. But this is the dotishness that they come in tripping over themselves, to defend the indefensible. That's the most dotish excuse you could ever come with. It was a banking issue. What banking issue? The Ministry of Finance sends the money to the respective entity, the police service, all right, they receive the check, deposit the check into their bank accounts, and then they let the accounts or the payroll department know, right, and you send ACH to all of the banks. Not everybody banks with First Citizens and Republic. The whole police service don't bank with the same bank. So miss me with that BS about a bank error or bank issue. Rubbish. Because all the banks couldn't have the same issue. But you buy that wholesale and come in on social media to talk that foolishness out of embarrassment. Because all this government has given you for the last 6 months is gripe. Nothing you could point to say, hey, look, they do something good. That after all, they beat all their chest and this budget was the best budget ever. Really? I was having a conversation just this week going there with a friend of mine who is a senior manager at the central bank. And we were discussing the issue of liquidity in the system, right? So when we talk about liquidity, we're talking about the amount of funds available in the banking sector for lending and so on and financing and stuff and the like. And that is a function really, fiscal and monetary policy, function of the central bank so that to treat with inflation and stuff. If you have too much money in the system and the banks lending out money willy-nilly, that could cause inflation, what is called demand pull. Because if people have plenty money to spend, then they demand more, and that causes the price of goods and services to go up. All right? When demand is high and supply is not able to meet that demand, then it enables the business owners to drive up the price because they realize people want the, as they say, as this guy Gio says, the customer want the goods. But we have limited goods and seemingly unlimited ones because people have money in their pocket, they buy in. Then we could drive up the price a bit, inflation. And then the other one you have is cost push inflation. So liquidity was tight. So the central bank has something that they call the reserve requirement ratio. So banks are only allowed to keep a certain amount of money that they take in every day. And then beyond that, they're supposed to deposit it. The difference goes to the central bank, right? And so on. And because the bank recognized the tight liquidity situation, they decided to get the banks a ease up, to tell them, all right, you could keep a little more of the money and deposit less to free up some money in the system because we realized liquidity a little tight. And what he was telling me is that in no time at all, that liquidity was eaten up. So right now they're back to a tight position. So the bank has to now consider, are they going to relax further? But here it is, we are heading into the Christmas and Carnival season when the demand for loans are pretty high from the general public, which means that even if you relax the liquidity system and you allow the banks to hold on a little more money, chances are that money is going to get eaten up very quickly. All right? What is the significance of that conversation? Well, the Minister of Finance indicated in the budget speech that once the PSA completes their negotiations with the CPO, that the government will approach Republic Bank, First Citizens Bank, and NIB to find the financing to pay the back pay and to be able to pay the new salaries. Republic Bank and First Citizens Bank, the two banks that the government has the majority stakeholder in. But if you have a tight liquidity position, it means that the bank only has so much money that they could lend the government or to advance to the government to meet this liability. Now remember, you would have heard just the other day, we were told, Dr. Oli, I think it was, I can't remember if Dr. Oli or can't remember one of them was mentioning that somebody mentioned, I can't remember who, that whole debacle with First Citizens Bank involving Karen Dabisi, the former CEO, who would have demitted office a couple of days ago, and the board that was replaced, that part of the reason why that took place is because Mr. Dabisi, based on what they said, or the bank was hesitant to advance the government money, or to lend the government money, right? So we're looking at the tightness. So that speaks to the liquidity issue. So it's not that whoever made the decision don't like the government or the anti-UNC or the pro-PNM. It had to do with the situation with liquidity. We can't be taking all this chunk of money and giving it to you, and then we don't have money to lend to our ordinary customers, right? Because we need to service. And if we do that, then it impacts the economy. Because what the government is now doing is crowding out the private sector. Because if the government borrows all the money, well, the majority of it is less to lend to the public. So what we do have to lend, we need to increase the interest rates. So we crowd out certain people who will not be able to afford the loan because the interest rates are so high that when you factor in their loan payments and their debt service ratio, based on what the monthly payments will now be because of this higher interest rate, some people will not be able to get a loan, right? So we increase the interest rates to the point where only those who could afford and who could qualify will get it. And we squeeze out a whole bunch of people who might need it, but can't afford it because now the increased interest rates means that their monthly installments are higher than what it would have been. So the banks must now balance that, which means that whenever this negotiation is completed, it is clear, contrary to the representations made by Ms. Felicia Holder, that she intends to wrap up negotiations before Christmas so that the money could be in the bank accounts of these public servants, that is not going to happen. Because even after you've come to a conclusion with respect to your negotiations, what is going to happen after that is, as I understand it, the ministries now have to do their calculations and so on. So for persons who might have been working in one ministry and then they got transferred to another ministry and now they're in a different ministry, and where it is that you have the government came in and created new ministries that didn't exist before and persons were moved from here and put there, all of that is going to be factored in when they have to do calculations and so on for back pay and all of these different things, right? Persons who would have been in previous positions before and who get promoted and all of these different things and who were in acting, all kind of bacchanal. So all of this set of calculations, there is no way these people are going to get their money for Christmas. And Felicia Holder ought to know that. She, as the president of the PSA, she must know that. She said, the CPO said, well, we had to wait until after the budget. Well, the budget has been read, debated, and passed. What is happening now? Are they meeting with the CPO this week? And even if they do, based on the liquidity situation, the sources identified to find this money may not have it. The same NIB who they tell you broken, the same NIB that they tell you on the brink of insolvency, right? That needs money, that they have to increase the contribution rates of the employer and the employee so that the fund can have money to be able to meet its commitments and its liabilities as it pertains to claims, right? And to still have to be able to maintain enough money coming in from contributions so that they could invest and earn interest. This same NIB that under pressure, and as I told you all, this decision to to increase the age at which you will qualify for a full pension, all that simply does is it gives a lifeline to the NIB, probably maybe 15 years, 16 years at best. But if the government now and subsequent governments to come over the course of the next 15 years don't do anything further and leave it as is, in 15 years' time, we will be right back here having the very same conversation. We also have to deal with the issue of the birth rate. Who makes contributions? Is people, live bodies. But if it is that you have a fall in the birth rate, what's going to happen? 20 years from now, when the population size decreases and the working population decreases, obviously contributions are also going to decrease as well. And this government's insistence that they're not going to bring self-employed into the net. Well, all right, we'll continue to do that and see where it is going to get you. But just to say that the sources they've identified to get the money to pay the back pay, which they don't know how much it is going to be, because how much the back pay is will be determined by the breakdown of the 10%. If in the first 5 years, how they break it down. So if it's 2% in the first year and then 2 in the second and then maybe 1 in the third, or if it's 3 in the first and then 2, and then depending on how they break it down, will determine the size of the back pay. If it's 6 billion or 10 billion or 12 billion, that negotiation will be critical to determining that. But when you have now this levy that you put on the banks, so as I told you all, in its first year, Republic Bank will have to pay 317 million. First Citizens Bank is going to have to pay about 120 million. This is based on their current asset holding, which grows every year. Republic Bank's asset holding increased by $9 billion between March 2024 and March 2025. So we can only imagine the last 6 to 7 months has probably grown again. So as I said, 317 was based on 120 asset base of 127 billion. They probably have grown by that by probably another 2 or 3 billion by now. So I was having a conversation again, and I have these conversations because of the various positions that I hold, not just as a member of parliament, financial advisor, and so on. But I have these conversations with influential persons. And I was asking someone the question this week, that 0.25% on the bank's assets, this new levy. What are your thoughts on that, and in terms of how it is going to impact the banks and the business? Saying, well, 0.25% ain't really much in the grand scheme of things. I beg to differ. Why? Because if 0.25% on Republic banks, I'm just using Republic Bank as the example, 0.25% works out to 317 million in the first instance. That is almost 1/4 Republic Bank's profits for a whole quarter, right? A whole quarter's profits go into the government as this levy that did not exist before. So if we take a conservative figure of, let's say, $350 to $400 million per year for 5 years, it means that over 5 years, you're looking at Republic Bank would have paid about $2 billion in this levy. $2 billion, the equivalent of last year's profits. So it means that over the course of 5 years, Republic Bank is going to see the whole year's profit. When you add up what they contribute in 5 years, a whole year's profit out of 5 years is going to go to the government as this levy. So Republic Bank over 5 years will only keep 4 years' profits and will cede a whole year's profit accumulated over 5 years to the government, which profit should have been going to the NIF, right? Those of you who are NIF bondholders, you should have been getting a portion of that. To the staff at Republic Bank. Republic Bank has a profit sharing arrangement, so which is their bonus. As a former member of staff, I could tell you. So in December, coming up to the end of this month, after they've declared the final profits and so on for financial year ended September, I think it's 6% of the declared profits goes to the staff for profit sharing. So the bank will give the staff the option. You could take a portion in cash and a portion in stock, or you could choose to take 100% in stock. When I was there, I think it was 60-40. So you could take 60% of your allocation in cash, and the next 40%, you would take it in shares, which is a good thing because your shares accumulating over your years in the bank, you're getting dividends every 6 months on that, and over the time, you're kind of building retirement income off of that, right? So I don't know. I think they have changed the composition now. So I think it's probably 75-25 or something. So I'm not too sure what it is because it's been a while since I left the bank. But when 317 million or 320 million has to come out of your profits to go to the government as a levy, it means that there's less money going to the staff for profit sharing, less money for the Christmas expenses, less shares for them to be able to put aside to assist with their retirement, especially now since you are going to be cutting their NIB or NIS pension by $500 per month from 2036 or 2028. It's going to start in 2028, right? But by 2036, when the NIS pension is reduced from $3,000 to $2,500 at age 60, the age at which most people are still going to opt to take the pension, because as I told you, if you wait till 65 just to get $3,000 a month, the money that you would have gotten at age 61, 62, 63, 64, and the year leading up to 65, you give up that money. So in the first year, you give up 30,000, and then in the second year, you give up 31,200, and then the third, and you keep going like that. So it will add up to $162,000 that you forfeit because you decide to wait for 5 years extra, so you could get an additional $500 a month. Nobody with common sense is going to do that. So everybody is going to take their pension at age 60, unless at age 60, they don't have enough contributions to collect the pension and they need to work for another 2, 3, 4 years. For them, they will benefit. But for everybody who has satisfied their 750 contributions, will take it at 60. And by doing so, all you would lose over that 5-year period between age 60 to 65 is $30,000. Because you would forfeit $500 a month for the rest of your life, which works out to $6,000 every year. 6,000 by 5, $30,000, as opposed to $162,000. So it doesn't really help the situation by much. It just gives the fund additional longevity for maybe an extra, as I said, 10, 15 years. But unless other things are done to boost the earnings, the investment earnings of the fund, we're going to be right back in the same situation that we are in now, which makes no sense. All right? So coming back to the issue of the PSA and the liquidity issue. So it very well means that when that negotiation is completed and the government feel that they're just going to walk in First Citizens and walk in RBL and walk in NIB and say, we want money. How much money will they have in idle cash balances? All right, well, NIB can't give you nothing. Hey, call UTC there. Unit Trust, we need money. Idle cash balances, how much all you have? So all of you who pay in your little kakada, I'm not telling you to go and take out your money from UTC. I'm not telling you that at all, because you went to UTC, the investments are doing pretty well as well. But there is cause for concern based on the utterances of this administration. All right? So I'm just saying that while they may be selling dreams to the public servants, possibility exists that the sources that they have identified, not the consolidated fund, not from government-generated revenue, from the sale of oil and gas, not from that, you know. The budget document, this document that I have right here, clearly says, let me see if I quote the page for you. Right, where is it? Don't want to be misquoted. Yes, no. Where is it? I think it was this far down. Was it by? Yes. Right. On the completion of the bargaining process, we will work with Republic, First Citizens Bank, and the National Insurance Board to find a comprehensive solution to discharge this national obligation. The government is focused on delivery and not delay, workers' rights and not neglect, appreciation and not excuses. All of this anyway. Right. That's what they said. So short of these institutions being able to lend them money from their coffers, they might use them to raise a bond or something which constitutes borrowing. Are we talking about billions of dollars in borrowing to satisfy a campaign promise that, to a large extent, was irresponsible? All right? Some people may not agree. I understand. People want a pay raise. But there is an article which I will read in another day from a couple of years ago entitled, Can Trinidad and Tobago Afford the 14%? Because remember, the back pay for the 14%, Mr. Imbert, which he inherited, because UNC didn't pay one dime, not a cent, nary a farthing on that back pay. It was when Imbert came in as Minister of Finance, he had to go and borrow the money to pay that back pay. We're still paying interest on that loan. Right? Still paying interest on those loans. So this Minister of Finance might very well have to go and do the same thing, to refinance loans to get the money to pay that back pay. But you're investing it in things, you're going to take this loan, quite possibly, to pay this back pay, to pay recurrent expenditure. But you're not investing that money into anything that is income generating for the government. So you are taking on this additional liability, and you must now find additional revenue to be able to pay the installment for this loan that is not generating any income, any revenue for the government, and also to pay the interest on this loan because you chose to make a promise so you could win votes. The same people who were blasting the last administration were only borrowing and driving up the debt to GDP ratio and the leveraging on future income and the income, and it's our children and grandchildren that had to pay this back. You're not concerned about that anymore. You ain't concerned about that because it's about me. I need my 10% today. I need my back pay today to spend it as I want. By the time my children and grandchildren had to pay that, I did. So that's not my problem. Let them worry about that. Okay. Let them worry about that. So they will still have the same headaches that you have today. The only difference is that 20 years from now, when the NIS pension at age 60 is $2,500, your children and grandchildren would not be able to afford what you could afford today. Because what $2,500 could buy today, it will not be able to purchase those same things, the same quantities, 20 years from now, or 25 years from now. But that's not your problem, because chances are by then you might be pushing up daisies, or you might just be dust in the wind. So that's their problem to deal with. So your grandchildren and your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren are going to have to live with the choices of an irresponsible government. Most of these people will be out of politics by that time, given the ages of the majority of the members of the government side. In 20 years' time, Tanku will be retired. Munilal will be out of the politics. Kamla will be wherever she is. Certainly not in the parliament. And we may have to deal with the likes of people like Saddam Hussein, Sean Sobers, Khadija Amin, Vandana Mohit. Hopefully come 2030, the good citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will exercise common sense. The common sense that some of them chose to throw away or turn their back on April 28th. All right? Because what the UNC is doing and seeking to realize these promises, essentially, is they are borrowing or leveraging on tomorrow's resources to fund today's applause. Unfortunately, the applause was short-lived. I think they thought that they would be receiving applause for 5 years. They didn't even get it it didn't even last 6 months. It didn't even last 6 months because some of their own supporters have stopped clapping. Claps, applause have now turned to stoops. Right? Yeah. Their own supporters cussing them. And again, I feel for the former CPEP and URP workers in particular. You know why? Because the government had options. Because CPEP and URP still function in Tobago, right? It's functioning in Tobago. It's only in Trinidad we have no CPEP and no URP. And this is because of corruption and so on and so on. Okay, given the fact that these two programs operate under a different model in Tobago, why didn't the government choose to do that? To examine the Tobago model to see how it works and adopt that model in Trinidad, so that these people could have continued to have their jobs. So I understand that in Tobago, CPEP doesn't have contractors. All of the CPEP workers are paid directly by the THA, right? So there's no middleman. I remember why Mr. Manning would have introduced that whole middleman concept was to give persons an opportunity to become entrepreneurs. The intention was that you would serve for 3 years, I think, as a contractor, and the expectation was that you would save money from the contractor fees in that period of time to start your own business, and it need not necessarily be in landscaping. It could be in other things. It was just to provide you with that steady income so that you would have been able to access further capital to develop a business. And that in that time, you would generate the capacity to run business, and then you move on after 3 years, and somebody will come after you, and they get the same opportunity, and so on. Unfortunately, it kind of went awry, you know, and a lot of people who should have been there for only 3 years ended up staying there for a lot longer than 3 years. Some people, it became a career for them. And yeah, but the fact is, you had a model that you could have used. If you say to get rid of, because I mean, is it that you're telling us that there is no ghost, there are no ghosts in URP and Tobago? No ghosts? Did you do a check? Did you conduct an audit of URP and Tobago, or is basically you just wash your hands of it? You don't want to interfere in Farley business. All right, so you give Farley full reign to do whatever you want. Just give him the money. No interference, no nothing. Just let Farley run his own fiefdom like if he's the Prime Minister of Tobago, but just give him the money to do what he wants. So you're not interested in, because remember, the PNM was there for 20 years. So if you come to tell me, under the PNM, CPEP and URP was ghost gangs and criminality. The PNM was running Tobago, CPEP and URP for 20 years. They didn't have any criminality and any ghost gangs there, right? TPP didn't inherit any ghost gangs, and they didn't inherit any, based on what you all said, that is what was taking place. But it's still alive and well in Tobago. Adopt the model, take out the middlemen. But no. Instead, you have these people on the breadline telling them nonsense about, we have a phase 2 coming. Phase 1, 20,450 jobs, but 110,000 people applied. And the majority of the people who applied are already gainfully employed, working better jobs than the CPEP and URP workers, making more money than the CPEP and URP workers were earning. And some of them just don't like where they're working, or they're not happy with how much they're making. So who was making $3,500 and $4,500 a month and figure that these jobs that the government offering will probably pay them $6,000 and $7,000 and $8,000, and then they get gratuity and all of these different things, right? So, and with pension at the end of the period, depending on if these are permanent jobs, so most of them are probably going to be contract jobs for 3 years or so. So yes, you're leaving a permanent job to go and work, to look for a contract job that you're not sure what's going to happen at the end of 3 years. So right now you could get a job letter and go to the bank and take a loan, but you're leaving that job to go for a job that only gives you a contract for 3 years, and the bank is not prepared to give you a loan for beyond 3 years. And as that 3 years whittles away, when it comes down to 2 years left, the bank is not willing to give you a loan for more than 2 years. So if you want the loan, you have to be prepared to pay it off in 2 years, which means that your monthly installment is going to be significantly high. But just because you want to work for the government and you're competing with these, but a lot of these CPAP workers and URP workers and forestry workers couldn't apply for these jobs anyway because they're not qualified for these jobs. So again, the government leaves them in the lurch. But I just want them to remember that 2 days ago, Mr. Tanku's money went into his account, right? Probably close to $80,000, $90,000. Same for every other government minister, cabinet minister. And then the parliamentary secretaries and the ministers in the ministry of also what it would have taken you 4 or 5 years to earn, they got it in a month. So they're good. While you were living paycheck to paycheck, now you have no paycheck. They have enough money coming into their bank account every month that they could pay all their bills, they could splurge, they could engage in all kind of activities and still have tens of thousands of dollars. Money meeting money every month. Every month, money meeting money in their accounts. Some of you have never experienced that, right? It's just bills meeting bills every month. Paycheck to paycheck. As soon as the money reach in, before you could even blink, it's done. And you're looking forward to the next payday. They don't have that problem. And for the next 5 years, 4 years and 9 months, they will not have that problem. Okay? Money, meeting money, meeting money. They can't done spend. All right? So all of you who defend them, oh yes, you feel Mrs. Pasabi Sasa losing any night sleep? When some of you will sit down all 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and wondering how I'm paying this bill this month. I know it's only a matter of time before the landlord start calling me. Because the rent is due in 2 days and I ain't seeing where that money coming from. My child need to get this book because they have exams coming up and I don't know where that money coming from. And you sit down there and you're pacing up and down, you're losing weight, racking up 10,000, 15,000 steps just from pacing up and down the place trying to figure it out. And meanwhile, while you studying and busting your brain, lie down in bed on a nice soft pillow, no cares, no worries in the world. Because all bills paid, and you know what? Come the end of the month, money coming to meet money. And you studying what to do. Yeah, it might have had the problem before, but it wasn't as acute as it is now because at least something coming in better than nothing at all. And for the thousands of people who have had nothing coming in at all for the last few months, and their situation is only going to get worse. So their children will wake up on Christmas morning, and while they are accustomed to a little trinket, might be very expensive, they have nothing to get. Because the concern is about providing even the most modest of meal on Christmas Day. So a lot of these households that are accustomed, even if it's a small ham, will have no ham this year. Might just be lentil peas and rice and smoked bones. But at least it's a meal, it's food in your tummy. So you have to find a way to discreetly, you go on parang. Yeah, you're just going on parang because you're looking for food. You don't have food home. But at least you could go by, yeah, you want some food? Yeah, bring it now, man. That's all you were waiting for. While they're only bringing out liquor. Liquor is good, but that's not really what I come for. Right? Yeah, I eat by the neighbor, they give me I'll carry it. I'll walk with it. Yeah, I'll go in with it. So make sure I stock up on styrofoam containers. Meanwhile, they're belly boiling, but they know they have kids home to feed. So they can't afford to come by the neighbor and eat. And they can't bring the whole bandwagon with them because the neighbor ain't cater for all them people. So I will go. Wifey, you could go so, and I will go so. And anybody who asks, just tell them you eat before, so you will take it. And see as many homes as we could go to, and as much as we could take to carry. All right? So at least we will have food probably for 2-3 days. And we'll figure it out after that. And why are they in this position? Not because of Keith Rowley, not because of Stuart Young, not because of Colman Booth, not because of Dominic Romain, not because of Hans Devines, or Christian Birchwood, or Brian Manning. We're not in government. Just remember, the PNM tried to help them. The PNM tried to make sure that these people had jobs at least until 2028, 2029. The same thing that you all condemning the PNM for, illegal. And they extend the contracts illegally and it was going to cost $1.something billion. The majority beneficiaries of that $1.something billion would have been the workers, not the contractors. It was for the benefit of the workers so that they would not have found themselves in the situation that they've now found themselves in. All right? And so while the largest cabinet in the country's history, for the second time, eating ham, lamb, and jam and enjoying themselves and telling you, if you can't afford to buy food, if the restaurant increase the price of the food, go home and cook. They don't have that problem. When they're telling you, if the bank increase the fees, go find another bank or go to the credit union. They don't have that problem. Because bank fees coming out from their account and they didn't even noticing. Because it's not even putting a dent on the hundreds or thousands or how much ever they have in their accounts. Wherever they have it. All right? And on any given day, that there's Parliament, take a drive up Pembroke Street and look at the vehicles and take a drive down St. Vincent Street because some of them, they're smart. I realize they're parking on the back, right? Down St. Vincent Street between the Red House and Cabildo Chambers. So they come through the back entrance, so you wouldn't see them unless you're coming down St. Vincent Street. So just take a drive down St. Vincent Street on any day that you have, whether it's sitting at the lower or the upper house, and you will see the vehicles there lined up. And you might, even if you might see 1 or 2 cheap vehicles there now, rest assured that in about 6 months to a year, those vehicles wouldn't be there any longer. All right? And my vehicle that I drive is what I bought as a financial advisor. And I still have my same vehicle 6 months later. Right? I bought. Not with government money, not with any exemptions. Okay? Just putting that out there for the talkers and the yappers. Just saying. So my office will see what we could do. Because right now my concern is to have the Christmas event for the children. I understand that my predecessor used to have an event for about 1,000 children. I definitely can't do that. Cannot. And I'll have to scale down how much is done, right? But we'll see what we could do. But otherwise to that, let me just again say thank you to all those persons who have been contributing, who bring food stuff for us to be able to put together hampers. It is greatly appreciated. As soon as you bring it, by the next day, the hampers are put together and it is gone. And as soon as word gets out, I get a hamper from the MP's office, we get a call. You all have any more hampers? Not at the moment, but we'll take your information and we give you a call as soon as we get some more. So to my good friend Carol Myers and others, Claire Carrington and others, I know some people don't like me to call their names, right? Because they say, don't spoil my giving, right? Or don't spoil my blessing. But some people, they've gone above and beyond because they are repeat givers. They've mobilized friends and family and neighbors and stuff to give, and then they come and they drop it off at the office. And we greatly appreciate you, and the people who have benefited from it, they appreciate you as well. All right, so it's 5 o'clock. Let me take a couple calls and then bus out. Let me look for the message in caps, because that is how Winston sends his messages. He says, unfortunately, I don't like people unemployed, but the UNC was left with no choice but to close these PNM ghost gangs and no-show jobs at the taxpayers' expense. They had a choice, Winston. You just heard me mention. All right? If you claim that there were ghosts, it was very easy for the government to identify who the ghosts were. Very easy to identify who the ghosts were. Okay? Because you heard them tell us a figure that had 8,000 ghosts in URP. How do you know that? How did they come up with that figure? So if you know there were 8,000 ghosts, why didn't you just exterminate, call Ghostbusters and exterminate those 8,000 and keep those, the live bodies? Why didn't you do that? Keep the live bodies. You didn't do that. You fire everybody. Say we need to clean up. But you left the live bodies were left as collateral damage, Winston. I wish, you know what I really wish, Winston? I wish we could trade places for one day, office day, and for you to come and sit down in my office on office day and you see the constituents when they come. You do it for one day and hear their horror stories. Big men and women coming to sit down and cry. And it's not pretend, it's real tears. When they're telling you the story and they're happy, some of them, they come to see me and I thinking, okay, this is going to last for 15, 20 minutes. And sometimes 45 minutes to an hour, they're still there. They're just happy to have somebody to talk to who is listening. One young lady came the other day and she said, I was kind of two minds to come in because you know how men are, you find the woman talking too much and then you just want to run them and say, okay, I get the point and thing. But I appreciate the fact that you listen and you're not butting into thing and you're just allowing me to talk. And just to be able to do that, you know, it means so much to me. Even if I don't get help, she said, I just appreciate that I have somebody who in authority of sorts to be able to talk to. And just something like that makes a difference for these people. And when they finish, I feel compelled somehow to be able to do something to help them. Even if it means I had to dip into my own pocket or pick up the phone and call a client and say, listen, I have somebody here, this woman, she has 2 children, she's desperate. You could do anything to help. If you have any jobs, you know anybody who have any vacancies, you could make a donation, something. I just want to be able to help this person. Please, talk to me. Sorry, no problem. Tell her come, send me the information, whatever. That's what we do. That's what I do every week. And I just wish some of you all who take this position that the UNC had no choice. Okay, you had no choice to end the program, but what did you do to fix? What is the replacement? Nothing. And these people struggling, and it's like you all do not care. Because at the end of the month, your pocket fat, your bank account fat, and you cannot identify with what these people are going through. I don't understand it. Anyway, that's no man. Hold one second. Let me turn on this thing here. Jenny. Hello.
Hi, Dominic.
Hey, Jen.
In fact, I'm Roman. Good afternoon to you. I'm almost well locked on. Just ask a couple of things. Just a couple of things I want to say quickly. They said that CPEP is a ghost. That those 10,000 plus workers is ghosts, right? From my information, and not only that, they said that there was corruption with the contractors. In my little research I did, the CPEP workers were paid by the CPEP company.
Yes.
Not the contractors.
Correct.
So if the contractors is the issue, who is a smaller number of people, why don't you treat with the contractors and let the workers that CPEP does be paid? So clearly there is not ghosts. Continue to the work that they have been doing. That is one. 2, Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs. That is a ghost because the IRIS system does not recognize that ministry. The ministry that is recognized by the IRIS system, and for those who may not know what the IRIS system is an HR system where pay sheets are, payrolls are, appointments, and all those things are kept there. But the salient point is payroll. The ministry that is recognized by the IRIS system is Ministry of Youth Development and National Services. So they changed the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs again and did not do the administrative work. As the last minute Friday, all of a sudden, you know who in First Citizen Bank does get paid first before those in Republic or land. First time ever I see the same day, which was Thursday, everybody, no matter what bank in, when you're in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, everybody get paid. And I want to know if they know it's because there is a legislation. It is written legislation that the day for salary is the day before, last working day before month end. So probably, I don't know, so manually, the payroll had to be made up this month. So I say the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs is a ghost also. And this thing with Felicia Thomas, I want her to come out and say that Jennifer Frederick, you're lying. So they're talking about the negotiation starting at 10% for 6 years. Well, you know, you don't negotiate 6 years, you negotiate 3 years, 3 years. So the 6 years comprise of 2014 to 16 and 2017 to 19. So that is where the 10% negotiation is. So it means to say it's 5% for 14-16 and 5% for 17-19. That will make it 10%. The PSA, I want to ask Felicia Thomas, because in order to do negotiations for a period, the 3-year period, you have to have a wage proposal. I want to ask Felicia Thomas, if a wage proposal for the period 17-19 exists, because as far as I know, my information is only one wage proposal that the PSA has, and that is for 2014 to 16. And that matter was sent to the special tribunal, and it became a 5-year period. And then Leroy Baptiste, when he was the president, they run to get judicial review in the High Court to interpret Section 22(1) of the Civil Service Act, where it said that any award that comes before the special tribunal is for 5 years. And at that time, the special tribunal was saying the 4% was for 6 years. So they win that, which was very academic, because it's already written there. So how come Felicia Thomas is willing to negotiate with the CPO for a 6-year period when they went to court and the court agreed with them they could only negotiate for 1 period at a time? So I want to ask Felicia Thomas, have you gone to the special tribunal, take the matter of the special tribunal, so it will come back to a 3-year period, 2014-16, and have you sat down in front of the CPO and start to negotiate? Because you can't negotiate for at 10%, you have to negotiate at 5%. Because for 6 years, do the math. You're not a bit smart person, but everybody listening to the math. If for 6 years, the negotiation is not less than 10%, and you can negotiate with the CPO for 6 years, it's either 3 years, not less than 3 years, not more than 5. So it can't be 6. So it means to say that 10% starting point of negotiation will be split up between 2014-16 and 17-19. So it means 5%, 5%. So I sent Felicia Thomas again. Have you taken the matter of the special tribunal? So we are going at a wage proposal for 14-16, so going from the CPO to start the negotiation at not less than 5%. And whether or not we have a wage proposal for the period 17-19, or is it that when you finish negotiate for 14-16 for 5%, or you're going to now start to make up a wage proposal? We have to go through general counsel, section, and all kind of things first. So when will PSA public officers get money? Because you still have, when you finish that, 2022, and then you have 23-25. So when will public officers ever get an increase in salary? And lastly, I want Felicia Thomas to tell me whether or not Comember back for the period 2014-16 offered the PSA Watson Solomon Juke 9% for the period 14-16. 2019, and Drew came on a video and he said he did admit the Minister of Finance offered a settlement for the period 2014. But it was Christmas time. He ain't opening the letter, he go, like, we know what happened in 2020. 2020, he make a next video and said he ain't opening nothing, he changed his mind because he was heavily involved in the THA election. And I want to ask the Minister of Labor, when he was the consultant to Watson Juke, did he advise Watson Juke not to take the 9%? And Felicia Thomas was right there. So you see, when them talking, if you don't understand the scene, you go get tired. Felicia Thomas fool public officers going around ministry to ministry and telling them, if they vote for UNC, negotiations starting at 10%, not explaining to them, we only have one wage proposal. So we can start no negotiation at no 10%. We have to start it at 5 because 5 and 5 make 10. And lastly, I want to tell the Minister of Finance, stop operating as if you have nothing to do with negotiation and everything is on the CPO. You is the boss at the CPO. The CPO must take directive from you. Dr. Dindial, the CPO cannot start no negotiation until you indicate to him to start it. And Dr. Dindial can't offer nothing until you instruct the CPO what to offer. But not only that, the Minister of Finance is in the Civil Service Act. It is in law. And any Minister of Finance could offer any award, any money that them see fit to public officer. So you can distance yourself from the 10% and from negotiation, Minister Tanku. You're very disingenuous when you try to do that. Because it is in law that you is the boss, and whatever you say, the CPO has to follow. Dominic, have a blessed evening, and everybody have a blessed week ahead.
Thank you, Jen, for that intervention. We'll get the info here, folks. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good evening, brother.
Greetings.
Nice. It's been a while.
A long time.
Yeah, but listen, well explained by Jen there. Nothing else to even pontificate on, except to say that the Minister of Finance has to be wait over the coals, Sian's government, because a promise made, promise kept in my mind is only when I see money in my account or I get money in my hand. You would agree?
I agree.
So no promise has been kept, as Jen rightfully said. And with the other intervening periods that you have, what you're going to do, you're going to ask people to take a deference, you're going to put off wage negotiation for all these periods that will be included in the current parliamentary term of this government. So a lot of things for people to consider. You know, Dominic and listeners, when you explain the loss of jobs that they have with respect to forestry, CPEP and URP, you know what's the economy that has been seriously affected? The informal village community economy. Because look at this, all these CPEP workers and their children used to frequent the little village parlor, the little village pieman, they used selling homemade juice or whatever it is from a home and so on. You know what I mean?
Yes.
All these communities are suffering now.
Correct.
Because you no longer have this economy of the CPEP URP parents buying stuff for themselves and their children. It was not on a weekly basis or bi-weekly. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Either in terms of breakfast and lunch or breakfast, you know what I mean? In the community.
Yes.
So that has dried up. That has dried up. So because these people most of the time they can't wait for the formal groceries to open and so on to buy these things when they sign off the children preparing themselves to go to work and things. So there's little parlors around who open, you know, the little mom and pop establishment in the community who would have benefited from the sales of these people's money and so on. When they get paid on a fortnightly basis and so on, they go and clear their accounts and that kind of thing. That is not happening. So it's a serious knock-on effect in many communities all over the country since these programs have been closed. That informal economy that is never surveyed and polled by these economists and so on, or even considered by them. Because that's how I've done as by the way. You only consider the formal sector. And this is a serious hit that many people have taken. You know?
Yep.
In addition to what you outlined with the pay for pardon, you told you as a husband and wife who often accompany the Prime Minister on trips and so on. And they, sometime in the period between 2010 and 2012, were charged for drug possession in the United States, federally charged. Right? That happened. You could go back in the record, and those that couple were close associates of the Prime Minister. So when you talk about drug trafficking and so on, right? And you hate drug traffickers, so then you meet your friends then and your associates.
Yes.
But look at this. When people not considering the actions, Admiral Woolsey would have retired, resigned for a simple reason. Asking him and his troops, his subordinates, to breach the Geneva Convention has serious implications, right? And because I look at the case of Rodrigo Duterte, where is he now, Dominic?
NG.
Rodrigo Duterte was the man killing drug dealers and drug users violently in this country. He is now before the International Criminal Court.
Correct.
Complaint has been made and warrant being issued. And I read an article today where the President of Colombia intends to formally complain to the ICC about the behavior of our Prime Minister regarding the use of military force against civilians without any charges being made against them and they being subject to any kind of jurisdiction for the alleged crimes they committed. So we'll see how that goes. So everybody was jumping and saying, yeah, the Prime Minister signed up to stand. No, she has placed herself right in the courses of that place called the ICC, to which we were signatories early on. Right? It hasn't been formulated and conceptualized by the late President Robinson. So people have to consider all these things. It's all well and good to say you're supporting your Prime Minister, but when it comes to legal jeopardy internationally, it has real consequences. We shall see how it plays out, Dominic.
Correct.
And I just want to say a prayer for our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, in Jamaica. We have seen pictures from Cuba and so on, but I'm sure it's just as harrowing as what we see in Jamaica.
Yes.
You know, let me do my part to assist where I could. I urge all listeners and friends of Texas Sovereignties to, in their own way, do something to assist our Caribbean brethren. Thanks a lot for the opportunity, Dominic.
No problem.
Great program as usual.
Thank you. McDonald Bando says when God gives you an assignment, he gives you the resources to do it. And that's why the UNC is struggling now. Agreed. Just get this here. Brian. Hello.
Good afternoon, Dominic.
Greetings.
Good afternoon to your listeners and callers. Dominic, recently I saw an interview, Rudal Munila, the Minister of Energy, being interviewed. And he gave some erroneous information to the reporter, indicating things like when he came in, that the then government was only producing 38,000 barrels of oil per day, which is not true. And then he said he ramped it up to 54,000 barrels a day, where it's today. Now, that is not true, right? Because I know for a fact that we were producing approximately 50,000 barrels. It was 51,000 barrels a day. Right? I don't know where how he ramped it up, but that is up to him. He will have to, as usual, give his erroneous information, and people if they want to accept it or not. But what disturbed me the most was when he said, when the reporter asked him about the Dragon deal as well as the Manatee, he indicated that the Manatee deal, that he has information, and he said he likes to check and confirm his information before he speaks. That's why he didn't speak before. But he said he confirmed the information that we can proceed to access the Manatee gas, even though Venezuela has indicated that they are stopping all of the licenses and agreements that they have with Trinidad and Tobago, and they said all. So when the reporter even egged him on further, he said, well, where did you get your information from? You know what he said? He said, he get it from me. And I said, me, himself. He said, you got it from yourself? He said, yes. So you have determined that we could continue there. Well, I want to ask the goodly minister, if that is in fact so, why did the previous government have to get a 20-year license for Shell before Shell could do the final investment decision? Why didn't they just simply, Trinidad and Tobago simply just go there? Why didn't George Young and Dr. Rowley simply go with Shell and say, okay, listen, let's go and take out our portion, our 27%, and leave the Lauren part? Why it is the then government had to go and get approval, a license for 20 years for Shell prior to them getting the final investment decision from the company, so that before they could begin to build this infrastructure to access the gas in Manatee. Now, I don't know where he's getting his information from, but I am yet to hear from anybody else that we can continue to access continue with the infrastructure to access the Manatee gas. I don't have that information. But he says he has that information, but he has given it to himself. Well, I will wait to see exactly what is going to happen with that. He may be right. But as far as I understand it, if that is in fact so, as I'm repeating myself, well then why didn't Dr. Rowley and the then Minister of Energy proceed as per normal without the license from Venezuela? You understand? So, according to some spokespersons on YouTube that I have been looking at, they say that cannot happen. Some Americans say that is virtually impossible, right? Because to separate it, there's no line in the sea. There's no line drawn to say, okay, this section is Manatee and that section is Lauren.
Yes.
And I have been made to understand that the former Minister of Energy was making every effort to unitize both Lauren and Manatee so that we'll be able to negotiate with Venezuela and access all of the gas. Right? There were 10 trillion scoops of gas, and everybody, including Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela and Shell, would have benefited. Now I will wait to see exactly what is happening. And I find there's a stony silence on Petrotrin, the refinery. Because the team that was put there, I understand that they have completed their, and that the report is in. But there's some stumbling block, and I want to believe I know what the stumbling block is. Because there's nobody with that deep a pocket for them to come out and say, okay, this is what is going to happen. To effect the, we're going to give it, lease it to this person or that person, and have that type of money to effect the repairs. It also has to at least begin to run part of the refinery. And therein lies the problem. There's a stony silence on the refinery, and I am waiting to see and hear from the minister or the prime minister exactly what is going on with that refinery. You see, things some of us have forgotten. We have not. Because they can't be saying that they're in trouble for money. And all of these things, and they were going to start the refinery as soon as they got into office. And we're hearing all sorts of things from Keza, that he has to report and all sorts of things, that the refinery will start soon and all. But up to now, not a word. The people like the Minister of Energy and the Honorable Prime Minister. So I will wait, I will listen, and hear exactly what it is they have to tell us. Whether it's a lie, a damn lie, or whether or not it is partly the truth. I wait to see, I wait to hear, just like the rest of Trinidad and Tobago. In the meantime, I am letting the people of Trinidad and Tobago know we have a gas problem, believe it or not. Right? Because today, Nutrien employees who were studying Christmas just the other day are no longer studying. Are studying now how they could hold on to the little bit of monies that they have. Because Nutrien will be no more. They have suspended, hear the word I'm using, they have suspended operations. I don't know when they will start back. But if it is, they are going to be coerced and extorted for $28 million and threatened that they cannot use the port. They are not going to stand for it. And we have to be mindful that we have people losing their jobs on a daily basis. We have to be careful that there's families involved, warm bodies, and there's cause for concern throughout this country. This government has failed in 6 months, failed miserably. And it's a crying shame at what is going on in Trinidad and Tobago today. Dominic, you have a good afternoon.
You too, sir. Let me see here. Winston says, unpopular opinion, retirement age should be 50. We deserve time to live, not just to work until we're too tired to enjoy life. So retirement age, Winston, I can tell you as a financial planner, is just it's not a real thing. Meaning that there is no law that obligates anybody to retire at age 60 or 65. And that is why it is important for people to engage in retirement planning from an early age. If you establish that you wish to retire at age 50, then you seek advice on what you could do to start investing from an early age to be able to retire at a decent age, at 50. So if you want to retire at 50, you can't expect that at 22, you're going to put $200 a month in an annuity. It will not work, right? So you need to meet with a professional who could sit with you and tell you, okay, traditional annuities is one investment vehicle, but you need to look for others. So invest in this. Look for rental income. See what you could do at an early age, maybe to get up to save to be able to purchase a property that you could rent when you reach age 50, and the income from that. Invest in stocks, invest in bonds, invest in, somebody mentioned, I think, Slimy Show, I see him here, cryptocurrency. There's so many different things that you could invest in. But there's nothing that says you have to wait until you're 60 or 65 to retire. I don't plan to wait until I'm 60 to retire. And so I would have started putting things in place a long time ago, from the time I started to work. All right? with a goal to retiring at 50, 55 for the latest. Because I would have seen with my own mother who planned to retire at 65, and she was dead at 65, having gotten a stroke at 62, lived a sedentary life from 62 to 65 through no choice of her own, but that is what the stroke did to her. So none of us knows what our health circumstance is going to be at 60, at 65. But meanwhile, I live like I retire now. It's only, as I said, Parliament has kind of clipped my wings a little bit. But every opportunity that I get, I hop on a plane. I travel in. I want to see the world. And I'm doing it now while I'm young and strong and I can afford it. And yeah, I'm going to wait until when I reach 60, I'll do that. Really? I'm not going through that. By the time I reach 60, I must be able to say, been there, done that. I did that already. So I don't really need to do that again. Right? So I agree with you to an extent. Jenny.
Like I also want to put on the table the Minister of Finance. Now they're talking about the change age of retirement to 65. And they have different period in which they could get whatever money and all that. Right now, the Pension and Benefits Act, you can retire as a public officer at 55 and get your full pension, or at 60 and get your full pension. So if they're going to change, or they have changed, they said, the age to 65, they have to go and change the Pension and Benefit Act. But I want to tell the minister, he needs to look for the case where they tried to do that before previous government. And the court would have said, I put it in my words, illegal, unethical. So there is precedent set where they try to change the age of retirement to 65, and a court judgment would have struck that down. So I'm curious to see how this government, under this Minister of Finance that I find, in my opinion, to be very incompetent, how they're going to treat that. Because it's not just simply to say it in Parliament. You have to change the Pension and Benefits Act. So it'll be interesting times and interesting to see how things goes. But again, they were warned. The citizens of this country was warned by you, Dominic, on a Sunday on your program, by me on the radio, by me on my show, and all others. And we told them, if you vote for the UNC, what will happen? MP Stuart Young would have said exactly what the UNC in government will bring to this country. And everything he has said has been proven true. And I want to just end by saying this. This is not my words. Dr. Vishnu Beshram, in one of his writings, would have said, I'm putting it my way, but it's what is written, I interpret it. While the Indians in the Caribbean may have economic power, they don't ever be able to hold on to political power. Because when they're in politics or in governance, it's not about making good legislation and helping the people. It's about first-class travel, cocktail parties, nepotism, cronyism, corruption, contracts to friends and families. And I just want to leave it there. Does not that sound familiar? When you think about the UNC, I'm going to leave it there. Again, have a blessed day, a blessed week ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Let me see here. I see somebody here asking, I should have asked Rowley that question when he closed down the refinery. You know, you all like to, UNC supporters like to come with this refinery talk, right? And I have one question that I've always asked and you all never answer. How did the Petrotrin refinery make money? Specifically, how did it make foreign exchange? How did it earn foreign exchange? Right, Jason Brown? Please tell us, how did the Petrotrin refinery earn foreign exchange? That's the only question I have for you. Eric.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Greetings.
Good afternoon to the callers, listeners. this Sunday evening on Facts After One Things. Well, I want to ask the same question to the poster too. I thought that the Minister of Finance would have said the refinery would have been a top of the speech in his budget, but I didn't hear nothing about the refinery in the budget. I heard nothing about the refinery. But anyway, they're just looking for attention right now. Dominic, to me, after 187 days under this UNC administration, they proved to me that here what? The hell was the citizens of this country. We in charge now. Whatever we do, we don't do it how we want. That is how them look at it right now. Right? No, I am grateful that all of you in the opposition, they want to silence you all as the opposition. So all should not be asking them any questions related to matters of interest on behalf of the country. Because the response that Wayne Purge would have given in Parliament on Friday, it is very, very, very concerning. But then again, we as Trinidadians, we just only want to vote to see what we can get. We don't vote on issues, we don't vote on development, we don't vote on nationalism. Look at St. Vincent and Grenadines. They are character going election on the 27th of this month, right? And I would have watched some videos from St. Vincent's campaign with Dr. Rob Gonzalez. And the amount of love and support that this man is getting, you know why? The man always looks out for his people in his country. Look at Jamaica. Jamaica had elections last month, right? No, it has some of them mightn't like Dr. Holness, but at the end of the day, they put aside their differences for the betterment of the country. Look at Guyana. Some Guyanese may not like Dr. Irfan Ali, but they put aside their differences to vote back Dr. Ali because he's a person who is seen about his people. But only in Trinidad and Tobago that all leaders want to talk about is the former Prime Minister is too black, right? We don't know Chinese man to run for leadership in this country. We go for the Indian woman. And the last 10 years under PNM, they're making rubber, all canal, bacchanal, protest of water, you everything they protest about. 6 months now. Them in Central, the biggest mouths in Central and South Trinidad who are protesting for bad roads and water. They ain't getting a word from none of them. All of a sudden, the crime statistics and the accounts hiding under the newspaper and in the media. But when UNC wins, everybody wins it. That is why we in this country have to learn to appreciate what we have now. I'm not saying all, the gullible ones of them who would have been sold a pie in the sky dream of 10%. Up to now, you and your Felicia Thomas, she gone hiding because you don't get your $66,000 a month salary. You're getting president salary of PSA. You're getting perks. So your business set. You don't care about your public servants. Because how could the Minister of Finance could jump up in the Parliament and say 10% and you all didn't even negotiate for the period just yet? And you're coming to tell people now the government don't need 10% to pay. Well, they say the people in our country has perished for lack of knowledge and understanding. And this is what this country is going through. And I hope that Trinbagonians people take pictures and take a lesson from this administration. They say, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me twice, The ship is on me. So all you have an opportunity in 2010, all you fool me then. All you come, the people pull you back there again to do what? The same thing that you all left up in 2010-15. But Dominic, MP Dominic, and all you all just continue doing what you're all doing in Parliament and adding pressure to these ABCDarians who don't know a clue how to run or govern our country. And just what Jenny said, anytime you put East Indians in positions, they don't have the political power. That is why every time you only get to spend 5 years there. 95, 5 years. 2010, 5 years. Well, this year, well, we know how we are really going, we know how long they will stay. Right? But Dominic, MP, good program.
Thank you, sir.
Love on listening.
Thank you. All right, so let me just get this here. Final call. So 1 second there. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
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 Hello, Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, can you hear me right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening. And to the panels who listen to your program, I see you have over 700 views. Congratulations, but congratulations on your performance at the Parliament.
Thank you.
With your fellow MP parliamentarians.
Yes.
And you're not a good job, you know, especially with the standing committee. And I get them turned up. Congratulations, particularly you, Mr. Birchwood, again, Mr. Marcel. Right, Mr. Ding, I think you knew them. Or is it that I'm very impressed? I want to say we mentioned Mrs. I'm going to return to see where she is. I hope she's okay. Right? Dominic, you really in a mess. I don't know where to begin. If we got to come out of this thing, it is going to be a very difficult thing to bring the country back up to its, I don't know, growth. We really need those drums. Right? Rumors of wars. I don't even know what right now. I think it's trusting media themselves. Because you don't know whether they spread a fake news. And then I have a agenda to don't rely on social media. Whereas you see in UNC, there's a lost power 2050 saying that social media, you take that out BDP and out of office. Dominic, I have to rely on Al Jazeera News to get the information going on between this country and what the human was. I can't rely on the three media forum in this country because I don't know who knows them. And with respect to the food prices, it is true. Certain things are going up skyrocketed by 50%. You know, something simple as turkey meat. Did you know turkey meat, right?
Yes.
Turkey meat is about $15 a pound. It has skyrocketed to $25 a pound. So I'm not accustomed, who accustomed eating a diet of, you know, of high protein content meat. They don't go back to eating chicken. So what are you trying to tell us now? Is it taking how we are to eat now?
Yes.
So I'm not accustomed using the something like turkey drumsticks or turkey wings as a substitute for duck meat or lamb. Because it's also think of something, you know, to sweeten taste to prepare. You have a for moment to pay more for turkey. You know?
Yep.
Very disappointing. You know, speaking everybody will. I don't know if you follow something. Have you heard that the government has affected Trump? So beating his drum towards Nigeria?
Yes.
You heard about it?
Mm-hmm.
So we're all the so-called Pan-Africanists in this country, like Castor Campbell and Mohammed, all the so-called Pan-Africanists and the battle for Bashir and all that. They are nothing.
Nothing. They lost their voice.
They have nothing to settle. But let me tell you something. I feel that it's just a front for them trying to go after another country. In fact, you know, Faso close to Nigeria. Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Is Burkina Faso is close to Nigeria?
I'm not sure.
Because the only person, if it is that you see that you want to protect Christians from people, the only person that you may have on the target is the young aspiring Pan-African leader in Burkina Faso.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Ibrahim Traoré. I don't know. So maybe that thing with Nigeria thing is an excuse to get into other countries as well. So you have a good day.
You too, sir.
And I will speak to you because I don't know when this thing will start.
Right. So, so Winston says no conspiracy theory, but I have absolutely zero doubts in my mind that there is a collusion between the PNM and Venezuela to undermine our government. And I will stress again, Winston, in case you missed the memo, I am a PNM member of parliament. Okay? So I can speak to that issue. There is no collusion between the PNM and Venezuela. This government is undermining itself on its own. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything. The fact that the government could put out on their party page that the calling in of defense staff officers was fake news, and then have to come back just a couple hours later and tell the population it is true. These are the little things. Credibility is important. When the Prime Minister, who is the head of the National Security Council, could say she doesn't know anything about it, she has no information, but she will find out. Something as important as that. These are the little things that people look at. How can you have confidence in somebody who is supposed to know these things and doesn't know? Cannot answer a question. So if she was approached by, you could imagine if she was approached by an international media house and she said that, I don't know, I'm not aware, I don't have any information on that, so I'll have to check and find out. You know how embarrassing that would look abroad? Winston? And we keep coming back to all of the people who have been fired. Nutrien, what is going on with Nutrien? All these things. Well, they wanted to kill the PNM for metal steel, but all quiet on Nutrien. Same number of employees. Nutrien is bigger than metal. So I have nothing to say about that. In just 6 months, to an extended state of emergency from July. So the same thing they came and they did in 2011 when they brought the state of emergency from August, took us all the way down to the end of the year. Now they went a month earlier, July, and taking us to the end of January. And the only reason why it's not going until the end of March or the end of April is because they would have needed the support of the opposition or the independent bench in the Senate to get a 6-month extension. So they allowed 1 more 3-month extension. And a lot of people, some of their very own supporters, are upset about that. So we don't have to collude. The PNM doesn't have to collude with any Venezuela. Why would we want to undermine the government? So that you all could come and say, hey, look, we have proof, hey, look there. I told you all before at the start, we have accepted and moved on from the fact that we lost the election. And what the PNM always does when we lose an election, we regroup, All right? We look at where we went wrong, we engage in introspection and try to fix the errors that were made. That's what we do. So people were saying, and it's amazing, I've seen some people who before the election were saying the PNM need to take a rest. PNM need to take a rest. Okay, well, the population gave us a rest from government. And in less than 6 months, some of the very same people who were saying the PNM need to take a rest now saying that the UNC needs to take a permanent rest. All right? But to the people who took their lives, who lost their jobs and who've taken their lives, unfortunately, it is too late for them. There's no coming back for them, Winston. What are your thoughts on them? The husband and wife who were both working for forestry and both lost their jobs, and the husband, not being able to provide for his family, killed himself, leaving behind his 45-year-old wife and their 2 children. She now has to fight up on her own, and she's still unemployed, having to find money that she didn't have to bury her husband, all right? And still has the 2 children now to raise on her own without a job. Who did that to them? Prior to April 28, Winston, this was a happy family. They weren't making much money, but it was enough for them to be able to live fairly comfortably, take care of their bills, and live like a happy family. Today, that family is broken because the husband is deceased, having taken his life because he could not provide for his family. Why did he do that? Because the government that you support and that you continue to defend took away his job, took away his wife's job. And they never said the forestry division had corruption. Was the excuse that forestry and CPEP and European, all these things were creating a nation of grass cutters. As if cutting grass is something to be ashamed of. Right? You come out with your drive, your employee TT drive, but these people are still suffering. No jobs for them. There's nothing, at least before when you fire them in July, they say, well, all right, we just had to hold out a couple months until the budget, and they will announce something in the budget. Now the budget has come and gone, and there is no timeline on the horizon that they could look at to say, well, okay, in 2 months or 3 months' time, this is going to happen. The government isn't even giving them any assurances, reassurances to let them know, well, we're working on something. Nothing. So they have nothing to hold on to, nothing to look forward to, nothing to put some hope in that, okay, maybe the government is going to bring something back to take care of us. They feel forgotten, left behind. And so when they try to fool them, and now they talk about you're going to have phase 2 of this employment drive, they're going to try to work with the private sector to be able to get jobs. Let me tell you something. MPs, opposition MPs, we're already doing that. We are already working with and trying to liaise with the private sector in our respective constituencies to see what jobs they have. The supermarkets and the industrial estates, the factories and so on, trying to link with them to see what we could do. But you would understand the current state of the economy, even these people have limited opportunities. I was able to get some jobs for some people, couple of factories. We sent out 2 or 3 people because of people that I know. And then they wrote back to us and say, hey, what we need about 5, 6 more people. You have anybody? And we were able to send persons. But some of these people aren't able to take up certain jobs because of their family situation. They have children and they can't afford to work a night shift, but that's the only job that's available for them. So what are they to do? We can't go to the grocery store and tell them, hey, what, I need you to hire this person, but they could only work the day shift because they have children to see about. We can't do that. And again, in words of my colleague, the member of Port of Spain South, what are we to do? What are we to do? What else we could do? Nothing. The fact of the matter is, if the PNM was still in power, all those people would still be employed, right? If the PNM was still in power, that guy who took his life would still be alive today. The children would still have the father, and the woman would still have her husband. If the population didn't make the wrong choice on the 20th. I see people here who come in and say, oh, the PNM will come back and the PNM will lose in 2030 and whatever. Well, the same way, after 10 years, the population got fed up with the PNM. It's the same way, even if the UNC is there for 10 years, the population will get fed up of them as well. They already fed up at them after 6 months. After 6 months, they're already fed up. And the only people who still holding on are the delusional supporters of the UNC who refuse to admit that they did rubbish. But that is the party, and they were waiting for 10 years for this to happen, and it has happened. And even if their friends and family members are struggling because they're unemployed, they still will not admit that the UNC doing rubbish. Or if they do, they will only do it in the privacy of their homes and in their quiet circles, but they wouldn't come out and in the public and admit it, that the government doing nonsense, doing rubbish. How many of them they promise all their laptops? You all get it yet? What about book grants? So many people who applied for book grants and still calling me to ask me and messaging me to find out if they give out the book grants already, or if it is the book grants coming same time with the laptops. All these promises that they made, we approved $20 million in the media review since June for book grants, and you have people still haven't gotten it. We approved $80 million for laptops. And it was even worse. These same people who complained bitterly for 2 years since 2023 with the proclamation of the Procurement Act, they tell you that the PNM watered down the legislation. They made a whole set of services, goods and services, exempt under the legislation. And that makes it easy for their family, friends, family, and financiers to engage in bid rigging and corruption. They've been in office for 6 months. They have not brought a single amendment to fix that mischief. So for the last 6 months, they have been procuring billions of dollars in goods and services using the same watered down legislation that they complained about for 2 years. 2 years they complained about that, Winston. You would think that is one of the first things they would seek to do is to fix it. But no, they had time to come and bring legislation to take away Stuart Young prime ministerial pension, because that was more important than fixing, concentrating the legislation that they said was watered down and easy to facilitate corruption. Waste that time. So, all who wishing, just remember the PNM came back from 33-3. We only had 3 seats, came back 5 years later. Right. We lost, we came back. History would show that whenever we lose, we spend 1 term in opposition before those who replace us do rubbish, and then we come back in office. Come 2030, PNM will be going into the election with a new leader. We acknowledge there are a lot of people who didn't vote for the PNM because they didn't like Dr. Rowley, for whatever their reasons were. Dr. Rowley is no longer there. Some people say they didn't vote for the PNM because they didn't like Coleman Imbut increased the price of gas once, twice, 3, 4 times, and they ain't right yet. Mr. Imbut has indicated this is his last term, and that come 2030, he will be hanging up his political gun belt. So he too will be gone. They didn't like Mr. Hines. Mr. Hines is gone. But understand, with the UNC, you have a lot of people still there that people don't like, who have no intentions of going anywhere in 2030. Mr. Munilal, who is the Minister of Energy, is before the court, facing serious allegations of misconduct in public office. You all don't talk about that. The High Court, the Appeal Court, the Privy Council have all said Mr. Munilal and these contractors have questions to answer. They have a case to answer. Or they will talk about everything else, but wouldn't come and talk about that. Justice Abu's judgment is there. Go and read it and read the contents and see the information there is damning. But this man, sit down. And so on Friday, when Saddam gets up to talk about corruption under the PNM and all of that, and all I kept saying is, look to your left, sir. You want to talk about PNM corrupt and corruption under the last administration? Look to your left. The person sitting to your immediate left and the person after him, both of them before the courts. Both of them before the courts on corruption. David Lee and Rudal Munilal. And then if you go further down the bench, Mr. Mann, right, who figure he is the Deputy Prime Minister, under police investigation. Since 2020, under police investigation, for allegedly trying to hide ill-gotten gains in his mother's bank account and in her life insurance policy. But all they don't talk about that. 3 of them on the front bench. But all they want to talk about Foster Cummins and Kareem Marcel. Miss me with that rubbish. Firewoman one is saying new EMBD board, we want the money back, so do your job on the civil matter. Exactly. The new board dragging their feet. The last board under the PNM was going guns, going at pace to make sure that these guys were brought before the court. Now, the new board appointed by the UNC trying to do all kind of manima to get these guys off. But it's a civil matter, so all they could simply do drag it on and then say, hey, we decide we're not going to pursue the matter anymore. They're doing things to undermine public confidence in judicial officials. The Chief Justice, look how that matter was handled. They wait until well, I don't know what was the motivation of the former Chief Justice, but this parallel that the UNC is trying to draw to say that in 2008, when Justice Archie became the Chief Justice, and he became the Chief Justice the day after Sat Sharma retired. That's the fundamental difference there. When Justice Archie became Chief Justice, all right, the mandatory retirement age for Chief Justice was age 65. So the judiciary knew, and the president knew, that Mr. Sharma's retirement was coming up. They knew what his birth date was, and that on his birthday of turning 65, he would have to retire. So they knew long before that Justice Sharma, Chief Justice Sharma, was going to leave on the 23rd, I think, or the 24th of January of 2008. They knew that long before, so they had sufficient time to engage in consultations and to submit names to the Prime Minister and to the opposition leader for consideration and so on. In the case of Chief Justice Archie, the retirement age was amended for judges, I think, to age 70. So Chief Justice Archie still had another 5 years to go. Nobody knew before he made that announcement at the opening of the law term in the convocation hall. Nobody knew that he was going to announce on that day that he was going to retire soon. He didn't give a date on that day, so the president didn't know. All he said was, this is going to be my last speech as the opening, so we knew it was coming within the year. But nobody anticipated that it was going to come so soon and so sudden. So that is the fundamental difference. Whereas they could have predicted the date that Sharma was going to leave and start the consultation process, that didn't apply in this instance. The only person it was if Chief Justice Archie had stayed until age 70, then they know, well, okay, he's going to turn 70 in August of 2030 or whatever it is. So we start planning for then. But it was sudden. So there was no time to engage in the consultation that would have taken place when he became Chief Justice. And the public would obviously be suspicious, given the fact that the haste with which this was done to have it done before the substantive president comes back so that she could pick somebody else, which would have been the proper and right thing to do, because a major appointment such as this should really be done by the substantive president. But they rushed to do this thing. You bungle the consultation process. You send a letter to the opposition leader, and the letter addressed to the prime minister, and all kind of foolishness. And then persons would look at the fact that Justice Budu Singh was the judge who presided over the Ishan Steve matter in 2011. He was the one who made the decision that Ishan Steve the case involving Ishan Steve would be better served if they were tried in Trinidad and Tobago as opposed to going abroad. People didn't forget that. So all of that would put question marks. When did you have time? Because if Chief Justice Archie submitted his resignation letter today, and then you all had time within that day, so it surprised everybody, unless he picked up the phone and called the president before and say, well, look, I'll leave him. But then I suppose if he had done that and had spoken to the substantive president, she might not have left the country at that time. She would have stuck around and wait until if he had given an indication so that she could have made that appointment. Right? But the fact that you all were able to pick somebody, call that person and ask them if they want the job, and then try to consult within the space of 24 hours and put together a whole ceremony, organize food and drink and everything in the space of 24 hours for this event, speaks volumes. So as I said, the PNM, we are not, and I can speak to that, we are not in any cahoots with any Maduro, any Venezuela, right? Because if we were in any cahoots with them, the dragon gas would still be on, all right? They would not have come and said, well, they're suspending all agreements and all these kind of things. So we just sit back and watch the government continue to do what it is that they're doing, to show that they are incompetent, they are inept, they don't know, have a clue as to how to govern. The mistakes that they are making is just governance by VUPS, VAPS, and VIKI. As Patrick Manning said, they are just not ready, my dear friends. Lack the political skill, lack the political training, lack the political experience, lack the political acumen, and would be a disaster if they were to be elected to office. And they will. And we're seeing it in 6 months. Imagine no proper explanation given for the extension of the commission of the state of emergency. They told us it was because they had intelligence about insurrection. Nobody charged. 3.5 months later, right? One of the persons that they identified as being one of the masterminds behind this whole plot to kill senior public officials and to blow up half of the AG's office with a rocket launcher and so on, Rajai Ali, who they moved from the maximum security prison and sent down Tetron or Stoblesby or wherever it is he is, right? We learned afterwards that the current Minister of Homeland Security would have met with Mr. Ali prior to the general election and post-general election in his capacity as Minister of Homeland Security. And when asked what was the discussion about, they said, well, it had to do with discussions surrounding crime. So you met him after the election, you all had discussions about crime, and he didn't mention to you that he was plotting insurrection, that he was part of this big plot to overthrow the government. A new government that comes into place, that for 10 years under the oppressive, wicked, evil PNM, they didn't want to overthrow Rowley and the PNM. But 2 months into this new government, that when UNC wins, everybody wins and everybody's supposed to be happy, they decide to just plot just so to overthrow the government. For what? For what reason? What's the reason they did it? So, Mr. Ali meeting with Mr. Alexander to discuss matters related to crime, and then we hear that he was involved in a plot to overthrow the very government of which Mr. Alexander was a part. So he was playing with Alexander Minor. Really? None of the people who were the operatives outside, who were supposed to be the ones carrying out the plot, not one person has been arrested. Not one person has come in for questioning. They didn't find a rocket launcher, not a gun, not a grenade, nothing. So the rocket launcher that they were supposed to use to blow up half of the AG's office, it's still outside there. Right? It's still outside there. Somewhere floating in the ether somewhere there. And all the other arms and ammunition that they were supposed to use for this insurrection, still outside there. Nothing retrieved, nobody arrested. So therefore, how you could come and tell me, well, the plot has been neutralized, but we look up none of the people who were going to carry out the plot. The threat has been neutralized, but we have not seized any of the weapons that were supposed to use for the plot. We have not charged anybody, but it neutralized. Yeah? It neutralized. All right. Are we supposed to buy that? Well, they could buy that, Winston. But the rest of us, the right-thinking citizens, we could tell a 6 from a 9. Even if we turn it upside down, we know the difference. The PNM left all the government portfolios empty. The UNC left to pick up the pieces, so it will take a while for them to settle down. How long are you going to take, Winston? What portfolios did the PNM leave empty? What portfolios? And you are saying a while to settle down. 2030 will come and Ole will still be singing the same song. Then Ole will come and say, well, the PNM left the country in such a mess that 5 years wasn't enough to fix it. We need another 5. And you all give them another 5, and then at the end of 10, you'll come and say the same thing. Well, we didn't realize that we only still discovering the mess that the PNM left the country in 2025. So yes, we're in 2035, but we need another 5 years. Take us to 2040. If that isn't the epitome of ineptitude, I don't know what is. You all had all the answers to fix all the problems. All. How many have you implemented since you come in? You take away Stuart Young pension. That helped the country, right? Okay. So you take away one man pension, let's say 87,000 a month is too much to pay to Stuart Young. But you hire a set of people and make them ministers who don't deserve to be in government. So you talk about how much you're going to cost the treasury and the taxpayers. Philip Alexander getting over 70,000 a month, he does nothing. Anil Roberts over 70,000 a month, he does absolutely nothing. David Naked over $70,000 a month, he does nothing. Chaitan, who went up against Marvin Gonzalez, she had time to take picture with macaroni pie in the parliament, in the members' lounge, right? And that's what they have time to do. Come to the parliament, and when they should have come to the people, when you come in to talk about Bacchanal and Couture, collecting over $70,000 a month. Some of them, you have not even heard them yet speak in the parliament. Or they bring this man, Kama Maraj, big business magnate for Sasha Cosmetics, but here the man come in the parliament to talk for the Standing Finance Committee and telling us, well, we have big dreams. And we have a long list of things that we want to do, but you cannot explain yourself. Right? You have David Lee telling us about we could work magic. Yes, my ministry got less money than they got under Imwood, but we will work magic. We need to do anything? We need to align ourselves with Maduro? No, sir, we don't need to do that. We're going about our business. There is enough bacchanal taking place in Trinidad and Tobago with this government for us to exploit. We don't need to have any conversations with Mr. Maduro. All right? So let not your heart be troubled. The opposition is not engaged in any way, form, or fashion with Mr. Maduro or anybody else in Venezuela to undermine the government. Unlike what the UNC was doing when they were in opposition, writing to the US calling for sanctions on the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy, when the former administration bought the two purpose-built ferries, the Buko Reef and the APT James, that were built in Australia with Austal and Incat. Right? The UNC wrote to the Attorney General in Australia alleging corruption and collusion between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of Australia. They're so bold-faced to try and implicate the government of Australia in corruption. So it wasn't enough to go after the PNM, you know. They take it overseas. We not about that. So when you all want to talk about undermining, but your memory short, think back to all the things that the UNC did in the last 10 years to try and undermine the PNM. To go so far as to write to call for sanctions. If that isn't treason, I don't know what is. But you all don't talk about that. That wasn't undermining. When the government of the day was doing things to help the country. They had authorization, talking about would Delcy come here. They had authorization. You feel that they would have allowed Delcy to come here if the US government at the time didn't allow it? You feel they could have gone sit down in Venezuela and negotiate with Maduro if the US government didn't allow it? That is why Stuart Chung was going to Washington all these times to meet with Joe Biden and to meet with Kamala Harris and other senior officials in the Biden administration to be able to get permission to go to Venezuela to negotiate. That is why they were able to get an OFAC license for 2 years, and after the expiration of the first year, the US came back and extended it by a further year because they had permission to do it. I don't know how you all can understand that. Jeez, boy. Yes, and as Anon said, when the vessels came here, they tried to sabotage it by pushing old cloth and all kind of thing down in the toilet and stuff. Or they talk all kind of thing about the Brian Lara Stadium. It ain't good. It built on fault line and it collapsed. 5 years under the PP, nothing done. The PNM came in and they spent money and they fixed it. Today, CPL, the same UNC supporters who are the worst to say about it, they are the first in line to get inside, but went and tried to sabotage that by sticking old cloth and stuff in the toilet and in the sink and stuff to clog it up to sabotage. But that wasn't trying to undermine the last government. Right? No, they weren't trying to undermine the last government. No. Same thing with when the vaccines, when the government was trying hard to get vaccines, even that and all, they tried to go to collude with the Indian High Commissioner. As Dr. Rowley said, when other countries in the Caribbean were getting vaccines from India, the Indian High Commissioner never came and told them, well, look, you could get a supply or whatever. But he was meeting every Monday morning with the UNC though. And meeting every Monday morning with the UNC, but that wasn't treason. That wasn't treason. This new one that they have here the other day talking about when on the 28th of April, when the UNC won the election, that that was light over darkness and so on. Is that anything for a foreign diplomat to be coming to our country and say it? Really? The party that was voted out of office still has representatives in the parliament. But for you to come on in the public and say such a thing, why are you inserting yourself in the domestic politics of Trinidad and Tobago as an ambassador? Hush your mouth. But for some reason, when these ambassadors from India come here, they seem to have an affinity for the UNC. We had issues with his predecessor. But anyway. Folks, thank you all so much. It is 6:15. I think this is the latest I'm going on a Sunday. Hopefully next week. To be fair, you don't know who put cloth in the toilet at the cricket. Winston, you think so? We're trying to say that PNM people did that? So the PNM people tried to sabotage the PNM. And the PNM people went and stuffed cloth in the toilet so that the Brian Lara Stadium could fail, and so that the UNC could get a talking point to say, look how much millions they spend on the Brian Lara Stadium, and look, you can't flush the toilet and the place flooded. Yeah, PNM people did that. You always think before you talk? Really? Come on now, man. But he didn't say it as if Winston was in Venezuela, he would have been like Kamala, persona non grata. Folks, we will chat again probably on next Sunday. I don't think, but for right now, I don't anticipate having anything next week Sunday. So I can probably start earlier. But then again, it's early. So an invitation could come to my office tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, requesting me to attend something. I try to attend as much as I can. Yeah. Because I'm still a relatively unknown MP. So I relish these opportunities to be able to meet with some of my constituents who I didn't have the chance to meet during the campaign. Yeah. So I could hear some of their concerns until I start walking my constituency with my councillors, again, which I will be starting soon. Reed Nicholas is saying they are trying now to get Trump to look at the PNM as involved in drug trafficking. Exactly. Irresponsible, highly irresponsible on the part of the Prime Minister to make such allegations and claims, knowing that you just mention of these things and Mr. Trump ready to take away people's visas and impose sanctions on them. And she could make a bold statement like that without having one iota of evidence. Highly irresponsible. But then again, they don't care. Right? Because that's what they want. They figure that if members of the opposition are sanctioned, that somehow that is going to tarnish our reputations and give them the edge to be able to hold on to power indefinitely. But just remember, it is very unlikely that Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar is going to offer herself another term. She has hinted at that, albeit on one occasion in the recent past. And the minute she stepped down, all hell going to break loose in that UNC. Right? All hell going to break loose. You think if change of leader in the PNM had bacchanal, wait until the UNC turn comes very soon. Then you all will see where Bali grows. You're most welcome, Victoria. Andre Gaskin, same to you. Indeed, and let us make it so, right? Because we have a new cohort of politicians on the PNM side, and come 2020, 2030, you are going to have a lot more. All right? Young, bright minds who are ready to serve and who have ideas to take this country forward. Okay? The UNC offering you the same old dinosaurs, and what Prasad-Bissessar does, instead of bringing in fresh new blood, she goes to the political cemetery and dig up a set of fossils and foist them on you. That's what she said. She offers. Right? And any new blood that they bring in, well, they're just as bad as what exists in the present and existed in the past. So we chat again soon, folks. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, the rest of your weekend, and have a productive week. All right? Until then, thank you so much, Glenda, Rayburn, MH37, Sandra M.